Hello, hello, hello. Welcome one, welcome all to the Shakespeare stream. It's so nice to see each and every one of you. Welcome, welcome in. So, before we get in the call with Talorx, who very graciously uh, invited me to come on and speak with him, I thought that I would just, of course, say Happy New Year to each and every one of you. I hope that you all had a wonderful time. For those of you that were able to make it to the event last night, thank you for being there. It really was great. And yeah, and so, like I said, Happy New Year. I really wish all of the best for all of you, and that we might be able to see. And I do apologize. I'm coming down from having a slight cold. But I do hope that this new year will bring, the best of tidings, right? And something to. Hello, FLFNF. Buen año nuevo. Thank you so much, Orange Hue. I appreciate that. Yes, thank you so much, Simon. Vraiment, je suis vraiment heureuse de vous voir. In a little bit, I believe now I can call Talorx. But again, just to get some things out of the way. Sips morning coffee, yes. Yeah, I'm feeling much better. I try to just push through it, mainly because it's like I have to finish deadlines and all of that stuff. But also, another thing is make sure to join the Discord, right? Happy New Year, Ophelia. Do make sure to join the Discord. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Socialist Malaki, merci beaucoup pour votre souscription. And so again, like I said, make sure to join the Discord because we have events there. We're having tomorrow. I'm going to be hosting a reading group. Friday we have our community night, and then Saturday we have our history reading group, right? Which is where, in fact, I think the text we're going to read for this. Salut, mon ami. The text that we will be going over is actually from Derrida, because I wanted to start with a more like critical theory approach first, because I know like somehow that's more approachable for many people. So as opposed to like right into like, oh, what do we mean by all of this stuff? So, but yes, you're all welcome to. Right now, I'm gonna turn off the music just so that way I can make sure that I can hear Talorx. Right? And hopefully, this means that we will be able to hear from him very, very soon. So let's see here.
Video.
Hello.
Hello. Let me start my virtual cam and let me get you on stream. Actually, let's do the better thing, which is a window capture. And I'm going to share my screen in here because there'll be a time.
Okay, just let me.
Oh, I'm on your screen. Let me share my screen. Get on Shakespeare's page.
Oh my gosh, what happened at the Trump Hotel?
Oh, a cyber truck exploded.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. No, it's just I know that hotel and it's horrible.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Ran by a horrible human as well.
Yeah, I will just refrain from adding any more comments. But
Hey, yo, you can say whatever you want over here. If it's fucking TLS, I'll cut it out after.
well, that's a whole different story, I guess, at this point. But still, um, so how are you doing?
I am doing very well. It is the new year, same Talorks. So fucking and yourself, how are you?
I'm good. Like I said, I am coming down from having a slight cold, but I
Mm-hmm.
thankfully am getting better, so that's good. And just happy that it's down now the new year, and that now it doesn't sound like I don't know, like I don't know, like last night people went really all out with all of their fireworks and other
Mm.
launchables. It seems.
Yeah, there were people like right out front of my house, like two fucking feet away from fucking my house, fucking shooting off fucking fireworks and shit. And I was like, oh my god, dude, like you're gonna hit my car with your fucking fireworks. They were going off. It was so close. I was like, god damn, it was wild. But yeah, it was a wild time. But for those who don't know, which I'm sure are very few, but I know there are some, would you like to introduce yourself to the lovely people in chat here?
Yes, of course. So I am Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian. My areas of expertise are in Jewish history and also in Latin American history. I am also a rabbi. I went to yeshiva and everything. I have, and I know we've had our talks before, going deep into theology, laughing about, about the fact that Jesus' name is actually Josh, and
Hell yeah. And you can get your Josh merchandise over on Redbubble/Shopworks. Let everyone know that fucking, yes, he is in fact Joshua confirmed, Rabbi confirmed. So, you heard it here first.
so yeah, that's pretty much about it. And for yourself, would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Sure, I'm Talorks of Talorks Live. I talk about like cults and religion, mainly Christianity and those types of things. We smoke hoots, have a good time. We just chit and chat. If you want to maybe learn about some things, but in a less educated and fucking brain rotted way, come on over here and check out Talorks Live. So that's me. Yes, praise Josh. But yes, if for those who may not know who I am, but
Okay, so how did you?
fucking. Oh,
Hmm.
sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask. So how did
I just
you?
have a. Oh, sorry.
Mm-mm,
Ask your question. Ask your question. No,
mm-mm.
you go.
I'll let you
Oh,
go.
okay. Okay. I was gonna say. Chat already has kind of a question. They're saying like, what type of Judaism? I guess like would that be like what type of Judaism did she study or
Yeah,
what's the
so I was raised Hasidic,
Mhm.
and which would be, I guess, considered by some to be ultra orthodox or just orthodox by many people. I used to do the whole, having the suit with the white shirt with no tie. Did some of my steiging, as we say in the Jewish world, in languages like Aramaic and Yiddish, etc. And
That's cool.
yeah, stuff like that. I would wear the black hat and everything, and that was my life for quite a long while. So, and yeah.
And yeah, that's amazing. And you grew up and are, I don't know if still in, you don't need to say, in Mexico, correct? And this all went down in Mexico, or was this
Uh,
were these in different places?
they were in different places.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. No, but that's super cool. Super awesome. And yeah, so always an absolute amazing resource of information and good times with Shakespeare. So I guess you had brought up a topic in Discord kind of to discuss. Can you kind of introduce it a bit or tell me a little bit about that or we want to get a bit of a structure kind of thing.
Yeah, sure. So what I had sort of brought up was this idea of, one thing that I guess I haven't really talked about is, interestingly enough, Jewish Canadians, the communities in Canada, and sort of like their history, and sort of like how they got founded vis-a-vis the American ones, etc. But also,
Mm.
also wanted to talk about, because it is January, that soon we'll be celebrating or commemorating, I should say, the liberation of Auschwitz, which is Holocaust Remembrance Day. So I also wanted to bring up that, since that is going to happen very soon in January.
Absolutely, and I think important topics to talk about as well, and things that like when it comes to Judaism in Canada and those types of things, like I am definitely not as knowledgeable, and I'm excited to learn more about these things. And I had found a couple of videos. I'm just going to turn off my screen for a second here while I pull them up. In regards to Judaism in Montreal,
Mm-hmm.
in Canada here. There's nothing too crazy. I wasn't able to find a whole bunch. But were there any things that you wanted to talk about in that before we really got into any video-y kind of things?
We have to talk about the Bagel Wars, of course. Like,
Oh,
how come?
please tell me. I would love to learn. What are the Bagel Wars of Montreal?
So it's a contest between the bageliers, I suppose one might say, or bageliers, of Montreal, and the bagel makers of New York, and to see who makes the best bagel. And there's a very unique process that makes it different in Montreal, which is, of course, that they boil it in water with honey, and it's supposed to give it a distinct flavor, as opposed to the more savory, I guess we should say, New York ones. So
And is this like an annual like event? This is like a
it's like an ongoing dispute between whose bagel culture is better, like who has the better bagel, right? Is
oh, it's
it
just like it's just an overarching, just like, hey, we got the better shit,
Yeah,
you know?
yes, the bagel war. Yeah, like literally, like, oh, in New York, it's fine, but they have too much. They use too much of this. They add too much flour. Blah blah blah. Like it gets down to the nitty gritty sometimes, and
Mm,
it's literally
mm.
like it's such a small difference, but apparently it for some people it makes all of the difference in the world.
Well, it very well could. Fucking, we got chatter saying that New York bagels are undefeated. I've never had a New York bagel. Like, I'm a Canadian who hasn't really gone many places. I love my jalapeno bagel from Tim Hortons, but that's definitely, I'm sure, not even close to like a true real New York bagel or Montreal. Uh, have you experienced a New York or Montreal bagel yourself?
I mean, at one point I did live in New York, and I actually
Oh,
and so I have had a New York bagel,
yes.
quite a bit. In fact,
Yeah.
I actually used to live like not even like two houses down from this. It was like literally like the term is literally like the term they would use was heimische, which means like
Okay.
it means like homey, like like homely,
Mm,
like something like that, like
mm.
cozy, right? It's like because it has the word heim, right, which means home, right? So it's like heimische bagels, right? And so that was so like everything about it was like we're gonna give you the schmear and we're gonna do all of this.
Hmm.
But one time I did have a friend at yeshiva that went to Montreal, to visit
Oh
his
shit. Oh
family,
shit.
and the Rosh Yeshiva, which means the like headmaster of the school, found out, and actually was like, "Did you bring one for me though?"
Oh shit, did he?
Yeah, it was funny.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god. That's so crazy. Like, I never really thought that like there was like intercity rivalries. I always like I always just assumed that New York was the best because that's always just like what I heard. But I guess maybe I bought into the New Yorker propaganda a bit, and maybe we got to give Montreal a go as well.
I mean, they do look quite distinct. I will say that. I mean, they're
Hmm.
smaller and
Let's
like
fucking Google it here, and let's pull up New York versus Montreal bagel.
yeah, like it's different
New
enough.
York versus
Yeah.
Montreal. Yo, I look up New York versus Montreal. First thing, bagel. Fucking it knows what's up. Oh, it does. There's a
See?
bigger hole in Montreal. And okay, yo. So Tim Hortons has got that more New York style bagel. Okay, like that's my only experience. I'm so sorry, but I do love my fucking jalapeno bagel, double toasted with herb and garlic cream cheese. It's one of my favorite breakfasts.
Yeah.
But fucking, it's more New York style. Fucking Montreal bagel looks more like a pretzel.
Oh my
Like I
gosh.
don't know, like it.
Oh, you boy. The
Welcome,
bagel.
Cakey Inc. Sorry.
No, no, it's just like it's funny you call.
So-
It's funny that you say that. That you call it looks like a pretzel.
oh no.
Wait.
Would I get fucking like done up in Montreal for saying that?
I don't know. I don't know. But I will say one thing is different, and that is that the two main ones that you get in Montreal is either um, poppy seed or sesame seed. Like the plain bagel, which is like known in like America,
Yeah.
is does not really happen in Montreal, and again, it's different because it's also boiled in the honey sweetened water before it's baked, and it's baked in a wood fire oven. So that's another reason why it's smaller too. But also, one of my chatters is saying, "Oh, that's why a girl I dated once started a discussion with, quote, first of all, Montreal or New York style bagels."
Oh shit! Yeah.
And apparently, Ophelia
That could be a good
responded.
question.
Ophelia responded, "I prefer Montreal," and apparently that was the wrong answer to that question.
Oh no! Oh, you fucked up. Oh no! Did the date end immediately? So it's like, okay, bye.
What about Montreal versus New York Beagles, which has the better puppies? Okay.
All puppies are great puppies. Okay, all puppies are the best. Oh god damn! I'm gonna pull up chat here just so that I can see. But that's some good shit.
Yeah. Oh, oh my
And I'm
gosh.
not a huge sesame seed guy myself. I'm sorry, chat.
And also thank you so much, Philippe. Another thing too is, so you know what smoked meat is, right? Like I don't have
Of
to like,
course.
okay, because that's also a big difference because there's like pastrami, which is like its own thing, right? But then there's
Uh.
smoked meat, right? Which is like, I mean, but like if, oh my gosh, like it also depends what type of pastrami we're talking about because like my mom like when I was living for quite a bit of time and even right now in the LA Jewish community, like the pastrami is so different. Like New York pastrami, LA pastrami, that's also its own internecine war, so to speak. It's
Oh shit. God damn. Fucking I don't know about these food wars. I'm just such a basic dude when it comes to food. I eat the same four foods my entire life. God damn, dude. Fucking yeah, I gotta get on that pastrami game.
yeah.
I would say like wouldn't like New York have like the best pastrami? Cause like don't they have like a huge like Italian population? Isn't like pastrami like some Italian shit?
Um
I don't know about my food. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm sure I have somebody yelling at me right now, like this stupid fuck doesn't even know.
Pastrami is Eastern European food, technically speaking, but yeah, it's like the kind that they make in New York is like they make it like the brine that they put it in is Schwartz's smoked meats, right? Yeah, exactly. And so what you usually do in New York is that you get pastrami on rye. Now, that's also in contention too because in California they like to get not using rye, but instead using challah bread. So either challah or
Ah,
yeah, it gets like I said, there are a lot like when it comes to food wars, like we have like 1,000 of them ongoing. So for me, it's just like, oh well, if you wanna prove your point, why don't you serve me some? Like, hey, and
Yeah,
take me out to
yeah.
eat.
Absolutely. Get me that, try it on rye, get me one on that, get me one on challah, get me one on all the different breads. Ayo, maybe Texas toast is the best. Get me a few sandwiches. We'll try them all
Right.
out.
Mm-hmm.
God damn. But like food is like pretty like serious and people fucking they take their shit super serious. And I get it for the most part, but I also once again, I'm a chicken nugget kind of guy. I I
Uh,
wish I had a good palate. Very
you
whack.
don't want to lose out on your dino nuggets. Um,
Absolutely. I'm a big fucking dino nugget guy. Absolutely.
yeah, like I'm talking about like okay, I have a like I don't have it on me right now, so I don't remember the whole recipe. But like when it comes to making brisket, like
Mm.
every family has their own way of making brisket, and you better remember it for whenever your aunt Esther's gonna come over. It all just is there a buñuelos war too? Yes, there is, because it's do you use
A what?
a buñuelo, which is a Sephardic thing that we eat for Hanukkah actually.
I'm looking up a picture of it.
So
Okay.
so as you can see, they can look in many different ways. The way how the Jewish community in Mexico City makes it looks like they use this kind of like press, I guess, for the dough when they're
Is it like
cooking
these
it.
flat ones?
No, they don't do that. Like
Hmm.
that's the way how a lot of people in America make them, and people in northern Mexico make them. But the way we make them in Mexico City is that they look like the
These
ones
little
that
balls?
like the no 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 the ones that are like almost look like lotus root.
Like lotus root. Like these?
Yeah, those. Like my mom has like the thing to make those.
Holy shit. So like you get like the dough or what it's made of and you have like a press for it and it makes this cool little fucking like snowflake looking treat.
Yes, and so there is
Oh, that's sick.
there is like a thing, right? Like, oh, are we going to make it
Thank
like?
you for the
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
What?
sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying my mic's a bit low, so I'm just turning it up. I was saying thank you. Sorry.
So there is like a difference between like the two main communities between Mexico City and Guadalajara, because Guadalajara they often will just use the flat ones, which is very common. But in Mexico City, it's you have to go with the design. Like again, they sell these things. Like it's just
That's so cool.
yeah. So
Yeah, those are way more entertaining than these fucking American fucking. You can just see the love is taken out of it. You can see that this is American profiteering at its finest, okay? Fucking, yo, this is what America does to your food. It takes the love away and just fucking sells it for profit. The love is gone. Look at this. That's beautiful.
yeah.
Oh, goddamn. Fucking. But these look super cool, and I would love to try these.
Oh, they're so good.
They're,
Like they
they're
even
cinnamony, sugary kind of thing, right? I'm assuming.
yes, yes. And in fact, in Mexico, they
Mm.
sell the mix itself with like all of the spices that you put on it, including like the two different kinds of brown sugar, cane sugar, and everything. And you just like put them in, put out. It's really
Yeah.
good. And that's what we usually eat along with other foods that are made with oil. Because for Hanukkah, right, the whole miracle is with the oil, right? Like the fact that it lasted 8 nights, and
Mm.
so we eat stuff that's oily. So because of that,
Mm.
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's beautiful. I'm from fucking Saskatchewan, Canada, where nobody cares about us. But we do have an invisible food war where it's Regina style pizza versus everywhere else's style pizza. And Regina style pizza is a real thing. Like Regina, Saskatchewan style pizza is a very real thing. And only people from Saskatchewan think it's better. I disagree, but it's like this deep dish. Here, let me look this up here. I've talked about it on stream before, but since we're talking about food wars, this is a Regina style pizza. It's not like deep dish, it's just thick pizza. Like it's a super thick. And they cut it into like squares and it's like thick like this, and then the crust comes up on the shit on the side, like it's big and deep. And this is like a Regina classic. This is our attempt at at entering the food game.
I don't know why, but it makes me think of Cincinnati spaghetti for some reason. I don't know why, it just does.
Cincinnati spaghetti. Saskatchewan sounds like Cincinnati spaghetti. Get some Cincinnati spaghetti in Saskatchewan. It's a little tongue twister.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sounds like.
Yeah, it does look good.
But yeah. Yeah, like most, like a lot of people die by this. Like they're like, "Oh my god, no, it's the best pizza," and like a lot of people agree that it is amazing. It's got this like different type of sauce that's just like, it's just different. And like a lot of people love it, but I always like what I call like cheap shitty pizza, like just like flat normal pizza is like what I prefer, like just like a regular pizza. But most people love this shit. So if you're ever in Saskatchewan, first of all, why? And second of all, check out some Regina style pizza.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So,
yeah.
so now that we've gone over the beginnings of the food wars.
Yes. Well, I guess maybe I could tie into this video here. It's only a minute and 24 seconds. A lot of these videos that I found are pretty short. Should we watch this difference between Montreal, Toronto Jewish communities and Rochester, New York Jewish communities?
Oh,
they might bring it up.
Yes.
Not vagina, Regina, the capital city of Saskatchewan. Everybody always makes the city that rhymes with fun joke. And I always wonder, like, it doesn't rhyme with fun. It rhymes with vagina. Say the city that rhymes with vagina, please, dear God. Oh my God. It's not funny. Every time. Oh, the city that rhymes with fun, eh? I was just like, oh, grow up.
Chanukah Sameach, Alana. Thank you. I like my pizzas thick. I mean, yeah, like I'm literally about to bring up another one. It's like California style pizza. Famously thin crust, like thin crispy crunch. Like that's what you want out of a California, pizza. But
yeah, there's a time and a place for everything. Like I'll enjoy an occasional thin crust, but like nothing beats a nice stuffed crust all. You get a little bit of cheese in that bad bitch. That's a good fucking crust. Real good. But yeah, there can be some real good thin crusts. All right, here is the difference between Montreal/Toronto Jewish communities and Rochester, New York Jewish community. Lola Layden, in conversation with Michael Yashki? I missed it. Oh, I should unmute the tab. I hear that it's very important to unmute.
That's a big difference between at least Eastern Canada, when I was raised and lived there, and living in the United States. The Jewish community in both Montreal and Toronto were not eager to cast off the Jewish aspects of their lives. I won't say their Jewishness, but the Jewish aspects of their lives. In the United States, my experience both in Buffalo and Rochester, and of course, that wasn't so. You went to shul Friday night or Saturday morning, and you celebrated the holidays, and you sent your kids to Hebrew school because you wanted them to know that they were Jewish. But there wasn't the same kind of carryover. I never felt the same kind of community spirit as I felt growing up in Montreal and even living in Toronto.
Do you have thoughts or comments? I guess it doesn't really say too much. It was pretty quick, but
yeah, but no, it's really interesting because like there's always this desire, right, to well, I mean, the Coolio fan, like the Jewish community in New York is, I mean, it's like over 2 million people. I mean, So it's very different for sure.
And I guess like New York City would probably be different than like Rochester and Buffalo as well, right? Or like not necessarily New York City, but like New York, like that's different than like Rochester and Buffalo. And like when you say 2 million, you're talking like in the New York City. I know there's other boroughs and shit, but like is that
Yeah,
what you're saying? Or are you talking all of New York State?
I'm talking about the tri-state area.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because like at one point I lived on Long Island in the Five
Mm-hmm.
Towns. I also lived in the city in Brooklyn, and then at one point I lived in Jersey as well. So
Mm-hmm.
um, yeah, it's the melting pot ethos of the U.S. community's approach in Canada. Yeah, 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 for sure. New York even has tons of separate, close knit pockets of communities. Right. I mean, I used to live in one. Right. I'm not going to go into
Mm-hmm.
detail where it is, but I mean, again, yeah. But yeah, it is different. And again, one of the things is that you do have a lot of like secularization, right, that has happened over time. And so people's
Mm-hmm.
desire to still have their Jewish traditions or still keep some semblance of their Jewish identity, right? Particularly when it comes to like an outwardly expression of it, right? Has been an interesting question for Jewish people all over, like the United States and also in Canada. And one of the ways that like was sort of spoken is like, oh, do you go to shul? Like, do you go to shul, which just means it's just another way of saying synagogue. And like, how is it that you want to express your Jewishness, right? And one thing I find to be also very interesting as well is that like it is one of the like so so what I think to me is very interesting is the fact that like Montreal's Jewish community essentially started off. I mean, for one, had quite a few Sephardic, had a Sephardic majority, or at least had a big Sephardic contingency that began its first Jewish community, right? And that's because in 1768, you had someone who was a Spanish Portuguese, or what would have just been a Sephardic congregation, was built in Montreal, and yeah, yeah. That's why I'm saying like because she was talking about mostly Ashkenazi. That's why I want to make sure that like we also talk about the Sephardic community as well. So their first shul was Shearit Israel, which interestingly enough, the oldest Sephardic synagogue in New York is actually of the exact same name. I find that interesting that both huge Jewish cities both have their first Sephardic congregation be named the exact same thing. But also too the fact that the even before like we even know the fact that the first person, I mean, this is a bit not as joyful as the construction of the first shul, but we know that the first grave ever to be a public grave that was known to be of a Jewish person, like we know it was in 1776, which was Mr. Lazarus David. So in terms of like documentation, we do have a lot of documentation because it did happen a bit later on in its colonial history. So
That's pretty wild. Like that's fucking very, very early. 1776. Like, and you said the community was started in 1770
yeah,
in
like
Montreal.
yeah, and the shul, which so typically the way how a synagogue opens is that there is a community and then they ask for a rabbi, right? That's typically how it's done. So once there's enough people to get a building, etc., right, then you have a rabbi come in. And so 1768 was the first one, which again was Shearit Israel, when was the first Jewish congregation in Montreal.
That's wild. Fucking 17 fucking 68. You said. That's wild. Wow. Because, yeah, like, holy shit. Like, the War of 1812 wasn't even until 1812. Fucking obviously. You know what I mean? Like, like, there's some wild shit. Like, that's very, very early. And, uh, roughly, do you know, like, roughly, like, the size of the community at that time?
From what I can remember, um, it would have been like about maybe a few hundred.
Wow.
Um, but I am not 100% sure. Um, I can try to see if I can find the accurate figure, but I do know that at the beginning of the 20th century, that's when you have a population that is in definitely in the you have so around 1921 when they did the census at that point. Um,
Hmm.
Greater Montreal had 45,000, almost 46,000 Jewish people living there. So,
Wow. And like, I wonder like how many people there were there at that time, because like that's, I guess there was probably a million plus people there because it's a pretty big city, but maybe not. But that's amazing. Like that is a large community.
yeah, yeah. And another thing, too, again, like something that's noted by um, like a scholar that, I mean, it's always been an interesting text title, but there's a book called "Is It Good for the Jews? The Apprenticeship of Duddy Kravitz," and it's a book that came out in 2003 by the scholar Charles Delheim, who I believe works at Concordia now. I might be wrong about that, but the main thing was that most Jewish people in Montreal were of like British, were like they had come from Britain, but were of Sephardic origin. And unlike in New York, where you had this sort of divide between the two communities, that is to say, between the Ashkenazi community and the Sephardic community, over who is in control of like what part of New York. And I say that in a obviously not meaning like there's actual turf war, but rather saying that
Yeah.
a lot of the people that were Sephardic Jews were often listed as being Turks or being Greeks or being like, because those were the countries that at that time they technically lived, or would have emigrated from.
Mm.
Whereas the Ashkenazi community tended to come from Poland and what would have been then the Russian Empire. So there was this internal sort of discussion about why is it that who will control the coffee shops, who will, right, like what language will be predominant, will it be Ladino or will it be Yiddish, right? And obviously in the United States, by far the largest group of Jewish people are of Ashkenazi origin. So, but in New York, that's still, you still have lots of Sephardic communities. So that's what makes the fact that Montreal didn't have particularly a German one, a German sort of more bourgeois people that lived in what was then called I think it was called Little Germany or something along those lines.
Mm.
It's now by Alphabet City in Manhattan, but like at one point, like there you could hear people speaking German all the time. There was lots of German immigrants, but there was also a very large Jewish population. And so in New York, you had different people from different classes, but particularly if they were from Germany, they tended to be more bourgeois and tended to be
Mm.
also more secular too. So.
Mm. And I guess we could pull up another video here. Um, but um, here's just a quick video on the community in Montreal. And then you can get into it from here.
Well, we always feel that there is a unique Jewish community here. It's very cohesive, and there were always
Mm.
activities going on. And I remember talking to friends who lived in, or family in New York or Toronto. They didn't have this kind of affinity to the Yiddish schools that we had here. And somehow, I don't know what it was, but it was a very, very, and it still is, even though the population is not the same, it was a very vibrant Jewish community. Why it was, I really can't say, but there, I think this is one of the only cities in North America that has so many still Orthodox synagogues. Mostly they're conservative and reform in the other cities, and very few. And here it was the opposite. Now,
I'm just gonna pause it here for a second. Um, do you have any ideas on why that could be, or why uh that is?
On why they tend to be more conservative and reform as opposed to orthodox, you mean?
Yeah, or that the like the differences between like the Montreal community versus New York. Would you say that it's like more of like a size thing? Like there's just so many more people in New York that it tends to be maybe more diverse in their views, and that allows for, you know, things like that. Or she like just like when she was saying that like she doesn't know why that is. I was wondering if you might have an idea as to why.
Yeah, like there is, of course, the fact that New York is such a large city. Um, you know, uh, also the whole just tri-state area being very different as opposed to like the Jewish population in Greater Montreal being more or less about 82,000 people. Although where you sort of end Montreal is a it has its own questions. But one thing though is that you do also have a larger diversity in also the fact that many of the Jewish communities from former French colonies did also move in as well. And so,
Mm,
and another thing as well is that a quarter of Montreal's Jewish community has French as their primary language.
mm, mm,
So,
mm,
if they do speak, have another language, typically one of the other ones besides English would be Yiddish. So that speaks to the fact that lots of Moroccan Jews, Algerian Jews, right, etc., that would have also had French as literally the lingua franca, right? Would have wanted to emigrate to Montreal and live there, and so that also meant that their forms of Judaism, right, um, which were not necessarily divided or categorized in the same way that they were for Ashkenazi Jews, particularly the further the sort of the more you go into the Pale of Settlement, which was this like essentially these huge borderlands between Russia and everyone else that Russia said Jewish people can only live here, um,
mm,
meant that you didn't for example, like Hasidism wasn't really a thing in the Mediterranean world. It was mostly restricted to places in the Russian Empire, for example. So,
mm,
so because of that, yeah, there is a lot of diversity between that. So,
mm.
mhm.
Awesome. Thank you.
now there are more conservative than there were then, I think, and there's only one Reform synagogue really. But it was a very close knit and cohesive community, yes, and they always had cultural things going on and artistic, and it was really, really wonderful.
Yeah. This is a cool site that I found while just like, or not site, YouTube channel that I found while like clicking through. Um, Yiddish Book Center, and they try to talk to a bunch of people and get like an oral history of like the area and stuff. I thought
Yeah.
that was super cool. And good. How would you say that um Canada versus the US, do you think that that has a an impact? Obviously, like fucking being Canadian and being American, there are some differences in some areas and stuff like that. But do you think that that has a fairly large impact on the differences in communities? Like, north of the border versus south?
Well, yes, in many ways that has been the case because of the fact that whereas a lot of the people that moved to the United States came directly from places like Poland or what is now Ukraine or Belarus or Lithuania, what you had, sort of like what I was describing earlier, was that a lot of the people that moved into what is now Montreal had already immigrated technically once before. That is, like, they already had some time living in Britain. And so that meant that they were already assimilated into using like the English language. Also sort of the relationship between, the schooling system and all of those other things, so that when they did arrive to places like Montreal, they were able to again like assimilate much quicker because again they were already had been in England for quite some time, and that also meant that they also had connections that were already built up, like they were easier to depend on, right? Like whereas so this is something that I've always found very interesting, because you actually hear this rhetoric, and I'll say it in just one quick second, but this rhetoric is often used by right-wing people to say that like the immigration or refugees, the fact that they're mostly like younger cis men, at least ostensibly speaking, right? That they want to say that that somehow is bad or whatever, that it's like abnormal, right? But hello, nautical. But that actually has always been the way in which people emigrated to the United States. Usually for people from Europe, it was almost always exclusively young men that were the ones that emigrated to the United States. The main people group that emigrated as an entire family were Jewish people. So because of that, that's why you will have an entire family. Like in fact, like even my mom remembers like back in the day, like seeing the fact that they used to have family passports. Like those used to be a thing. They're not a thing anymore, but they used to be a thing.
Yeah, just like everybody on one.
Yeah, everybody on one, and
That's wild.
So again, like the way in which people immigrated also was very different because in England they already had usually some form of business or some form of rights. They already formed a part of a community, so they didn't necessarily need to bring over the entire family, necessarily speaking. Whereas when you had people coming directly from Poland or directly from the Russian Empire, etc., it was the whole family. Like everybody left. Mm-hmm. And so that is one of the things where are the people who immigrated as families mostly Ashkenazi? I mean, yeah, I mean, a large number of them. I mean, definitely to the United States and Canada, yes. Like this was like sort of at the later half of the 19th century and the turn of the 20th century. So that's when the immigration trends were mostly from Central and Eastern Europe. You don't really get the same amount of immigration on the same scale in terms of Sephardic immigration from other places like the former Ottoman Empire or Greece or what would become the different Balkan countries. Although you would see that as well. But like I said, the main difference was that you would usually have less people going to if they were already had been in Britain for a few, like a couple of generations, they wouldn't necessarily have to send the entire family, right? And so again, this was very, very different, especially now that like the right wing tries to say like, why is it that young men are being sent, as like, and it's because again they are the people who, because of the way how the world is structured under capitalism, patriarchy, etc., are the most likely to get the highest paying job, get hired faster, blah blah blah. And the same thing it was back then. So that also affected the composition of the communities. Another thing too was again the language, right? Like when I said that quite a few of the people that moved to Montreal were from former French colonies. That's because, again, like they were able to settle in the Americas in a place that spoke French, right? So they didn't have to,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's super interesting. And um I I'm not sure like if you know or not, but would you say that like the reception of the communities were similar, different, like I know that anti-Semitism and those types of things run rampant everywhere. Like it knows no boundaries, but like were like the communities in Montreal accepted better or the similar to like the U.S. those types of things? Like if they've been around since 1700, like like dear Lord, like that's a long time. Like do you
Mhm.
know anything on that at all? Like the reception of the communities?
Yeah, so one thing that I find, well, if I may just quickly go a little bit more into that sort of history to sort of
Yeah,
expand on it. Yeah, like
please.
one of the first like people that we know, and I find it really interesting because we know about Esther Brando, that which occurred to Nova Scotia, right? Nova Scotia being far closer to, and at one point being a separate entity from the rest of Canada as well for quite some time, was there were Jewish people that lived in Nova Scotia, but technically speaking, King Louis XIV technically made it so that no Jewish people could live in Quebec, right? Like technically speaking, that was the law. Um,
Oh shit.
and this was done because they made La Nouvelle France, but particularly la Province du Québec, right, into a province of the Kingdom of France in 1663. So technically speaking, because of that, only Roman Catholics could live and settle in the colony. So we have the story of Esther Blondeau, who was a Jewish girl who did arrive in 1738, more or less. And the reason why we know this is because she came, and again, it's really interesting because it sort of makes us, like in my view, when it comes to Jewish history, it makes us have to challenge a lot of our assumptions. But essentially, she came dressed as a boy and remained in the colony for a year before she was returned back to France for refusing to convert. So you couldn't stay in Canada at first under French rule if you weren't Catholic. So if she would have converted, she would have been able to stay in Canada. But because she didn't, they sent her back to France. So
Mm.
the earliest, like in terms of like when you start to get more numbers, is are from British Army records, which are from the 7 Years' War. And so we know that General Geoffrey Amherst, the first Baron of Amherst, who, if you know what happened in 1760, the Plains of Abraham, blah blah blah, right? That won Canada for the British Crown, right? There were Jewish people as members of his regiment, and so even he even had officers in his regiment, which he had Samuel Jacobs, Emmanuel de Cordova, Aaron Hart, who some stuff has been written about him, Hananio Garcia, and Isaac Miramar. And so you can sort of hear in those names, right, like there is more of a Spanish, Sephardic sounding surnames, right? So yes, there was away for a bit. Leftist rabbi is a shocker, though. So no, it's because there's someone in my chat that Anyway,
Yeah, I see it as a message.
but
But the history's good. Killing
yeah.
it.
So
Can't deny the knowledge.
so so Aaron Hart, the reason why I sort of noted him a bit earlier is because when he became a commissariat to the British Army under the staff of Sir Frederick Haldimand, he was recorded as the first Jewish, that is to say, Samuel Jacobs, right? Samuel Jacobs and Aaron Hart were business associates. However, and so because they were in the officer corps, they were granted a certain, amount of privilege, right? Because again, they're working for a Sir Frederick of all things, right? And so Jacobs became the first Jewish resident of Quebec, and technically speaking, the first Canadian Jewish person. So, so there was some acceptance that did again exist, particularly, that did exist mainly because again they already had a history of serving the British Crown. They served in the conquest of Quebec, and so because of that, they were able to be accepted because they were officers, right? But of course, we're talking about a group of people that were, when it comes to class structure, are far higher up than the average person, right? Like for Esther, right, they literally deported her back to France, whereas, whereas with Jacobs, the first Lieutenant Hart, so Jacobs is known as the first permanent Jewish settler in Canada, right? But still, Aaron Hart is important because he not only married someone who was Jewish, but also brought up his children in the Jewish tradition. So that's why often people view Aaron Hart as the first permanent Jewish settler in Canada. So again, this would have been more or less around 1760.
Oh, and they see him as first because he brought up his family there, like, to continue being Jewish.
Yeah.
Whereas the other guy didn't bring his family?
Right, because so what happened with Samuel Jacobs was that he stayed in Canada and became a big, so in the Richelieu Valley, right, that area of Quebec, right, he was granted the title of I don't want to get off track and go into like the history of Quebec, but I know that, the way how land was divided up in Quebec was under the seigneurial system. So because of that, it sort of resembled a more feudal way of relating to the land. And so he was granted, this being Samuel Jacobs, was granted the seigneury of Saint-Denis-sur-Richelieu, right? But because of this, and they often say in order to legitimate his claim, he married a French-Canadian girl, right? Like he married a French-Canadian woman, right? Like someone from the peoples that had already been settling there for a long time, right? That were French. But he brought up his children as Catholics, right? So that's why they will often look at Aaron Hart as the first Jewish settler.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. And and before we went off there, so you're saying that who was it? King Henry. It was some king who said that like no Jewish person was allowed to be in Quebec, and then like was that enforced? Was that obvious? That was later changed. Do you know like was there significant like hatred towards the community there at the time, or was it just like an overarching like them goddamn bongers don't understand kind of thing, or like do you know like kind of what that was like?
Yeah, so what you sort of have is there was a bit more. So you mean during the French colonial time or during the English colonial time, or what are we?
Just taking it back to when you were saying that the king had said that no Jewish people were allowed to be in Quebec. Kind of from there forward a bit, kind of like.
Yeah.
Like, how did that change? Kind of, what was the actual community reception like? Like on more on the ground as opposed to like a king level, if that makes sense.
Right. Yes. No. Yeah. I get what you mean. So it was King Louis XIV, and
Ah,
this
that's
was occurred at the time that like these things like the Inquisition, right? Which we must remember that uh, the Catholic Church and because it did play such a large role in Quebec until la Révolution Tranquille, right, which happens much later.
Mm.
You do begin to have some issues that did arise, of course, because they only wanted Catholics to live there, right? That was the stipulation. So there were people that were conversos or that were crypto Jews that lived there, and if they were found out, then either they would be deported back to France, or sometimes they would just be expelled from the community. Again, but the exact figures of this is very hard to gauge because of the fact that um, because essentially at one point, once you have someone like Esther Brandeau, right, that's just before, right, like the 7 Years War. Well, I mean, it's like 20, it's like what, 22 years before. And so what you do see is that the intolerance is mainly coming from the French Catholics, being the ones that are the more anti-Jewish at this point. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so another thing, but something that did happen, however, after all of this was the fact that um, you did have you had uh, Ezekiel Amherst. So Ezekiel Amherst was the first person to be voted into the Parliament or the legislature of Lower Canada. However,
Okay.
he was expelled. So people voted for
Oh.
him, but he was expelled
Why? Because he was Jewish?
because he was Jewish.
Ah,
Uh,
goddamn.
and that was a major thing, that you had to swear, that you, of course, like when they say, it's not just queen and country or king and country, right? It actually involved also the fact that you also had to, be Christian. So because of this, um, there actually was a scuffle that sort of happened. So Sir James Henry Craig, who at that point was the Governor General of Lower Canada, tried to protect Ezekiel Hart, um, but um, uh, but French Canadians, they saw it as, I'm not even joking, a British plot to undermine them, to give them as a way to put some other group of people that they viewed as illegitimately, there, right, because they weren't Christians, and giving them power over French Catholics. So that is why the legislature expelled Hart in 1808,
Goddamn.
and when he was reelected in 1809. So technically speaking, the legislature, the Parliament of Canada, or just the legislature in general, in any part of Canada, banned Jews from holding elected office until the Emancipation Act of 1832. So everything from 1760 all the way to 1832 was most of the on the ground in Quebec in particular was a very negative relationship vis-a-vis French Catholics, and particularly the church itself, but also the fact that the paradigm was not challenged by the British, right? Even though they held control over what was once French Canada, they still couldn't. I mean, this person was elected twice, right? in a by-election and then in a re-election, and still couldn't sit in Parliament. So obviously, the people that that could vote at the time wanted him to represent them, but he was still expelled because of that. And so again, you have where the status quo is not challenged until the 1830s.
Fucking wild. And that's important history and good to know. And it's wild. I think I always like to point out often when Canada does some real awful fucking racist, horrible, disgusting, bigoted shit. Because Canadians often, I think, feel a lot of superiority, unwarranted superiority over the United States. But Canada was fucking doing horrible shit as well. And still does, and continues to this day. But that's so fucked.
Also, I finally found an answer to your question of when in 1768 when they built the synagogue. It was around 200 people.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so fairly small.
Yes.
Like, yeah, but yeah, that's pretty small. All right, this one here is a video. It's one of the longer videos. I don't have many other videos. There's not a whole bunch on Montreal, the Jewish community in Montreal, but this is called 100 Years of Jewish Business in Montreal. There were a lot of names that popped up here that I was like, holy shit, what? Fucking like, I was like, these all came out of Montreal? Like, what the fuck? So we'll take a look.
The following is a retrospective on 100 years of Jewish business in Montreal. If you were not included, we apologize in advance. If you were included, we apologize in advance.
If there's one thing you can say about the Jews of Montreal, it's that we mean business. For a century, the Jewish community has produced top businesses, entrepreneurs, makers, and machers. From this guy, to these guys, to these guys. Gals, sure, you know what I meant. So what's the secret to our success?
Do you know who these people are?
I don't. I mean, just looking at them, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who they are either.
Gals, sure, you know what I meant. So what's the secret to our success?
Merchandising.
Well, it all relies on understanding a wee bit of history.
And her story.
And her story, fine. 100 years ago, Montreal's Jewish community already included people like this, involved in things as Quebecois.
Benjamin Hart. Is that no. Yeah, that's that guy, right?
Yeah,
that you were talking about earlier.
Benjamin was one of his four sons.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ezekiel was his brother. Ezekiel, the one that was expelled from the parliament, was his brother.
Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. It's all coming together.
Montreal's Jewish community already included people like this, involved in things as Quebecois as this and this, while maintaining Jewish roots in places like this. Then...
What is this? Is fucking the first synagogue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We had a giant...
Fucking this is like the Jewish calendar, right?
Yeah, and it stands for Anno Mundi, so the year of since the creation of the world, and we're currently at 5785 right now.
5785, and that this year 5528 would equate 1768.
Wave of migration of Jews from Eastern Europe seeking a safer and better life. They didn't speak much French, let alone English, and weren't exactly shoo-ins for Montreal professional life.
So we did what we tend to do. Make the most of our situation. We applied our skill set and proverbial seichel and kickstarted an era.
This fucking... I'm glad we looked at the bagels before, because, like, now I see that this is probably a Montreal bagel. Like, that's a pretty big hole in the middle. And that very well could be a Montreal bagel.
Of great business. A lot of this began in garments, or as we like to put it, schmatas. Some schmata success stories date back to this time. We made suits, ladies' garments, pantyhose. If you wore it, the Jewish community had a product for you.
Mazel tov.
In the early years, the epicenter was the garment district around St. Laurent Boulevard through Barrie.
Yo, I'm sorry, but this effect that they're doing with the maps and the fucking clouds is one of the coolest fucking editing effects I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is cool.
And, like, I don't know where I'd ever use that, but I'm totally gonna bick that if I ever need to try something cool, because that's fucking awesome.
And de Maisonneuve through Mayor. Places like the Belgo and Wilder buildings, now home to arts and crafts, were sites of great perspiration.
Later, this district would move north to Chabanel, and even into the West Island, the new home to many successes.
Fucking that's Brown's. Like, is this like Brown's Social Host, like the food place? Or is that a
Yeah,
different
I
place?
think so.
Soon, new
Yeah, maybe.
waves of Sephardic migration would add
Yo, like this is wild, dude. Like you're telling me all these places came out of Quebec? Like, are you fucking kidding me? I don't know what Pajar is, but like I've heard of all these other things. It's like what?
new businesses to the schmata world as well.
They also brought more interesting food.
You know what some of these things are?
Also brought more
So let me
interesting
go back
food.
here.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess like just like eggs and shit, right?
yeah. Well,
Eggs.
well, one of them is shakshuka on the lower right, and then over there, I think those are knishes, or they should be knishes. I don't know. They look like knishes to me.
These?
Yeah, but like the ones I like, so the ones in New York. So here's another. In New York, there's a big thing of, do you like round knishes? Overly fried ones. Well, you know. Yeah. When your bubby decides to make them for you, you take them however they're served. So in New York, the big thing is, and I don't know why, but my family is very distinct in this. It's either round or square knishes. My family is completely square knish only. Square knish only. Like I'm talking about, like my mom would make knishes growing up, and like doesn't matter, like the round ones, no. It just no.
Pull this on screen for the people here
Yeah.
so they can see. Okay, I see a square one and then a round one. Oh, it might not be shown on your side. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a knish was. I only know the word knish from Rap Snitch Knishes by fucking MF Doom. I just thought it was like a fun word. Like I didn't know it was a food.
Yeah. In fact, there used to be this like before, like the old, like back in the day movies when they would have like the little jingles, right? Like the one that goes like, "Let's all go to the lobby." It's
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's one like that where it literally, and like my mom remembers it, where it literally has a part where it says, "I'm tired of eating knishes." It's like, and also Alana says in chat that Pajar makes boots and shoes, was started by a Sephardic Jewish person.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, the wars of the roundhead knishes versus the
These would be considered square ones, right? They're like rectangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goddamn.
I know, I'm hungry too, but it's okay.
Fuck yeah. Right after this, I'm going to eat. I'm a very hungry boy.
Always with the food, you.
We really took nourishing the people of this city to a whole nother level. The Steinberg family innovated the supermarket concept in Canada with Steinbergs, a success story that put a Jewish name on the minds and grocery bags of Quebecers. Who could deny the incredible Jewish track record of establishments like these? And
Fucking, I don't know fucking many of these places, but fucking.
I know about Moisha's and Snowden Deli. That is in the Snowden area, really close to the university. Like it's really close to Gallimard in downtown Montreal. But Schwarz's, I think, is something that Simon earlier mentioned. They're the ones that make the what's it called, the smoked meat sandwiches. And there's also this one place, gosh, I wish I could remember it, but it's literally like you cannot order anything else. Like you just order the original. Like you literally just say, I want a regular sandwich. That's how you order it, and they give it to you one way, and it's with smoked meat. Like that's it.
That's it. There's no substitutions. You get it how it is.
Yeah.
of course, the bagels.
You mean the bagels?
No, I mean the bagel.
We don't have time for this. So that's food, but how about shelter?
Is that like a reference to the Bagel Wars? Like, are these both Montreal bagels, or are these like, is this like a New York bagel place?
Fairmount Bagel, and then the other one's Saint Viateur.
Mean the bagel.
This one here?
Yeah, Saint Viateur. That one's that one. I know of that one. That one's like, that one makes it that one makes it the Montreal way for sure, from what I remember.
Oh, fuck! There you got a sick logo. It's got
We
a
don't
little
have time for
mouth.
this. So that's food, but how about shelter? Montreal's Jewish developers are responsible for building up this shtetl. Seriously, what would the city be without these literal machers? We've also provided all the other accoutrements of the house, from the plumbing, to the lighting, to appliances, to furniture, to hardware, to decor. We're even the people that get all this stuff to you in the first place. And we brought you the pictures in the home, from still photos to motion pictures, some of which are even made in Montreal.
Are you not going to mention us?
That's pretty chutzpah.
Fucking, I don't know much about Montreal's cinema. Fucking, I know that there's lots of films done in Vancouver and Toronto. A lot of stuff like Lionsgate Productions is Vancouver and stuff. Do you know much about that? Is it like tend to be like French films, or are they? Do you know really anything about that?
I mean, that's what would come to mind. I mean,
Yeah.
Because definitely, I mean, you have. Like after the Second World War, you definitely have like Peter Newman, Wayne and Schuster, Mordecai Richler, Leonard Cohen, Barbara Frum, like all these different people that were, important culture-wise, right? So,
Don't you think?
Hey, it's us! You're welcome. And hey, if home movies weren't your thing, no worries. The Jews had you covered.
oh my god.
We've gone from boiler rooms to classrooms, whole buildings of classrooms actually, and we've gone from tzedakah boxes to tzedakah leaders, putting our philanthropy.
You know what this is?
Yeah, it's it looks to be like some sort of since we're talking about tzedakah, tzedakah means charity, but I don't know if that's like something they donated for charity or yeah, I'm not sure.
Philanthropic causes into our businesses, with an impressive track record of corporate social responsibility.
As for the 21st century, our community continues to lead, addressing old business issues with new technologies like these guys, these guys, these guys, these guys, this guy, and this guy. And today, a new generation of business leaders follow in their family footsteps, carving their own lives and livelihoods right here in Montreal.
So that's just a slice of the last 100 years, and
Dog, that looks so fucking good. Holy shit, dude.
Right
Oh my
there,
God.
that is a Montreal smoked meat sandwich with the works, which is to say with yellow mustard, not deli mustard, not stone ground, no. And because in New York, it's the hardest. Everywhere in New York, like there was this one person, they literally went to all of the hot dog stands to find yellow mustard. Because usually in New York they use spicy brown mustard or something else, but this is a smoked on Jewish rye.
Yeah, look at that. Fucking, nah, dude. Fucking, we, like, at least around my parts, we use fucking that Frank's yellow mustard. So that's what we be using. Welcome, Sacrificial Milk. Great to see ya.
the mere appetizer of the next.
Yeah,
Speaking
so
of which,
great.
can we eat now?
No, we're only halfway through the show.
Fine. Late night bagels?
Done. As long as it's fair amount.
You mums it, we're going to St. Theater.
Oh my
stop,
God.
no, get away from that time.
Get off the video.
It's over. But yeah, I thought that was super interesting and crazy to see like how much stuff has come out of just like Montreal and the community out in Montreal. Like that's wild.
Don't make me hungry. Oh, so Alana is saying that there was an active Yiddish theater in Montreal just like in New York, so that makes sense. Yeah.
Like plays and those types of things.
Yeah, that then would have translated into like early film and stuff like that.
Hell yeah. And once again, yeah, for anybody swinging in, this is Shakespeare. Make sure to go follow Shakespeare. The link is pinned in the comment. Fucking absolutely amazing human and resource of amazing information and knowledge. So yes, go click the link. Go follow. Go do it, meow. But yeah, that's pretty fucking wild. I would love to go to Montreal, but I'm honestly like scared to go to Montreal because like as a fucking Canadian from anywhere but Quebec, like we're kind of bred to be afraid of and to hate Quebec. Just like as a province, Quebec hates us, we hate Quebec. It's kind of just a Canadian thing, it's just how it goes. But like honestly, it's super beautiful and there's so many cool things. But I'm nervous that like because I don't know French that fucking I'm gonna be told that I'm a dumb boy. So I get nervous to go to Quebec because of the stories I've heard. But it could just be anti-Quebec propaganda. But it is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like there is so much like that you can see. I mean, that is there from like the oldest shul, right? The one in 1768. And in fact, sort of an interesting thing too is that it was the only synagogue in Montreal for like almost 100 years. It was like 80 years
wow.
that they didn't allow another one to be built. So
That's fucked.
yeah, all Yidden are welcome in Montreal. That's right, and most speak English. Most people speak English. So
Yeah, fuck yeah. Well, like it's so wild because I know a few people that I've met on Twitch and some really great based people, and they're from Quebec, and they don't speak French, but they're from Quebec. So, maybe I'm just drinking up that anti-Quebec propaganda, the Western Canada propaganda here. But yeah, it's super beautiful. I had a buddy who went to Quebec for a music festival and said that it was really beautiful and super cool. But yeah, it's expensive to travel within Canada. Like it's almost cheaper to go like to like the States and shit with some shit. But
that, it's funny in America. It's kind of the same too. Like I'm not even joking. Like there are some people that are like it costs as much to go to like I don't know like Colombia as it costs to go to San Francisco. So
absolutely,
like might as well just go to South America instead.
well, it's so wild. Like I was wanting to plan a trip to go to the Ark Encounter, like the creationist big fucking recreation of Noah's Ark in Kentucky, and the Creation Museum, which is nearby, just about 100 miles away. And I was gonna do a loop and go to a bunch of Scientology museums, then go up through Rochester, New York, and go to Joseph Smith's family farm, and just kind of like a cult religious road trip. And dude, that was the most expensive shit I've ever seen. Oh my god, it was like $4,000 to do this stupid fucking trip. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, if you did like hotels and like car rentals and that shit, I'm like, dude, I could go to fucking Mexico for a week all inclusive for like $1,300. Like, this is fucked. And I was like, hey, I'll go visit the fucking homie potato in like LA. Flights are like $800 alone. It's like, okay, cool, I'm out. Canadian, of course, but it's like I could get an all-inclusive. Fucking wild. But yeah, dude, what if you rented an RV? Yo, if any of you guys fucking want to meet me up in Toronto, we'll pick up an RV.
Yeah, because I mean, like that's one of the things that like America very uniquely does have, where you can rent RVs, and like I knew someone that sort of did that. They didn't do the full trip that they wanted to do because it's quite the trip, but they wanted to visit as many national parks as they could in one go.
Oh, cool.
Right, and so they started off in California, went to like Yosemite, and it was funny because I had mentioned to them like, by the way, be careful at Yosemite because literally they have had outbreaks of bubonic plague there.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, they have bubonic plague at the yes, particularly in the bathrooms. I don't know like what exactly is going on in the restrooms.
Get bubonic plague at the fucking Yosemite bathroom?
Yeah, like it's really weird. Same thing too. Like you can also get the bubonic plague if you go to the Grand Canyon. It's like these two national parks, and it's just like, why do we have bubonic plague just like hanging out
there waiting?
Yeah, it's kind of like I feel like we should take care of this, but of course it's
Honestly,
America.
that's the type of shit that makes me a little bit maybe believe in God, and like it's like God punishing Americans for what they did to the lands. You know, here's what you get for turning the Grand Canyon from a sacred place into a tourist attraction. Bubonic plague. You know, like
I
gonna get
thought
it at Mount Rushmore next.
I thought you were gonna say because Yosemite Sam was lurking. Yeah, no, definitely, yeah, it's Yosemite Sam. He's the one. No, but one thing I will say though is that the Grand Canyon is also has one of the best reasons why like Elon Musk et al. That say that that the national or the U.S. Postal Service should be privatized or be disbanded instead. Is that the USPS uniquely does have a route that it goes to particularly indigenous communities in the Grand Canyon. That the only way to get there is by donkey.
Yeah, that's wild. That's so fucking wild.
Yeah, so they'll literally have to like scale down like one of the walls to like deliver their mail. So it's like if there's anything like Amazon or anything, it's like they have to take it down with the donkey. So
that is fucking wild, dude. Fucking, we had a Canada Post strike here recently, and the scab-in-chief fucking Trudeau fucking put a kibosh on it again. For the third fucking strike that he's, like, ended. Like, that he's, like, forced back. It's absolutely disgusting, but everyone is all pissed and all mad because Canada Post, which is our USPS here in Canada, went on strike like right before Christmas and stuff, and it's like, well, good, like that's when they have the most leverage, and then they got forced back to work, and it's legislated is the word I've been looking for, legislated back to work, and it's so wild. The the railway fucking this and the dock workers like have all been fucking sent back to work. We got old fucking Trudeau.
Yeah.
Wild. But we need our fucking federal postal services. They're important.
Yeah, no, I mean like and what's interesting too is that if I remember correctly, this came to mind just right now, but speaking of, I guess, medicine, you actually do have, because you know how I said like they couldn't build another synagogue for quite a while.
Yeah.
So there's Combs Drugstore, which is on the corner of Yonge Street and Richmond Street in Toronto.
Yeah, okay.
And so they used to rent out the top, like the second story, to have the services for the high holidays, because it became essentially the only other place where they could hold religious services for the Jewish community. So
that's so fucking wild. Like that's so fucked. Like, yeah, to think that people weren't able to like do that is just so fucked. And how recently was that? Like, what? Or like when was that?
This would have been about 1856.
Yeah, fuck.
But again, like we're talking about in 1850, there were only about less than 500 Jewish people living in Canada, most of whom lived in Montreal. So, and like again, and another thing too is, remember, they couldn't even like be in the parliament because there was an oath, right, that you had to make that goes, quote, "on my faith as a Christian," end quote. They literally wrote it so that way you couldn't say it, right? And so
it's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that shit's done purposefully because like they know, like that's so fucked, dude. Well, like it wasn't until I guess you could, like swearing in, like until recently you had to swear in on a Bible, did you not? Like maybe not, like. Fucking, you can swear in on any book now, can't you? Like, into, like, I heard in the States. I don't know. That was fairly recent. But, well, I just lost my hardcore world. What? I don't know what that means. Here's a question from chat. What's one badass fact that a lot of people don't know about Jewish people?
One.
Or like maybe like the communities that we're talking about in particular, or anything that you think is interesting, I guess.
Anywhere in the world, or particularly from?
I guess this seems to be like anywhere in the world, just like one badass fact that you think is interesting that more people should know. I saw that question.
That until the Second World War, the city of, now called Thessaloniki, sorry, but then called Salonika, was a majority Jewish city, really the only majority Jewish city in Europe, and it was so Jewish, mostly Sephardic Jewish people, that everyone spoke Ladino, or what they would then call Espanol, because it's like related to Spanish, and it opened its port every day but Saturday, and it was the only port in Europe to ever do that, to close it for the Jewish Sabbath. So everything revolved around like the Jewish calendar and everything like that.
That is pretty badass. Saying no, fuck it, we're closing today. You can come back. That's some badass shit. Hell yeah, good shit. Let's see here. Okay, here is one more video that I got here. Revisiting the garment trade at the Museum of Jewish Montreal. Let's see what this is.
Museum
Which, yeah, we got Kate Bauer here.
of Jewish Montreal. We're here on the corner of Duluth and Saint Laurent. As you can probably tell by the interior of the museum.
Welcome, Redland. Great to see you. Shout out, Redland.
Museum. Instead of a physical gallery, we actually use the streets of Montreal and of the old Jewish neighborhood of Montreal as our exhibit. So the tour you're on today is called Inside the Shmata Factory, and this is a tour that examines the history of the Jewish community's involvement in the garment industry here in Montreal, and more specifically this building actually right here that we're standing underneath. So this is the Weinberg building. It was built in 1911 as a garment factory, and today we're going to be exploring the ins and outs of how the garment industry and factories like this one served as a mixing place for Jewish people, French Canadian people, and members of various different ethnicities, religions, classes here in the city of Montreal. So, as Jewish people immigrated to Montreal, 90% of them settled here along the main Saint Laurent Boulevard, and this street became the heart of Montreal's clothing industry. By the 1870s, garment making was the most important industry in the city of Montreal and employed more workers than any other industry. About 3/4 of all Jewish people in Montreal worked in the garment industry, and factories like this one were sites of interaction between Jewish people, French people, bosses, and workers. This was the period where large factories were appearing, where clothing was being made on production lines as opposed to in tailor shops. And this really changed the experience of workers in the garment industry, as it did in many other industries in the city of Montreal. So behind me on the wall we have a photo of Harris Weinberg. Now Harris Weinberg is the reason why we're standing here today, the man behind the brand and the man behind the factory that we are inside of. So this is his logo. The Progress brand was a men's ready-made clothing company that was produced here in this factory after 1911. Now on the tour you can find out more about what sort of image Weinberg sold with this brand and what exactly the little man on the ladder symbolized with his clothing company. All right, so this point in the tour we talk about the production process, about how suits were made. So these three men here in an advertisement from 1920 are wearing a style of suit called the sack suit. Now this was the most popular style of the day and constituted Weinberg's main production here in the garment factory. Now this is a replica sack suit, and it was called sack suit for the way the back was cut like a straight burlap sack in one piece. Now here in this workshop you'll be able to hear a little bit more about how the production process influenced styles of the day and how modernizing how suits were made changed the way people wore them and the styles that they wore. So we're standing now on what would have been one of the original factory floors of the Weinberg building. Now the floors here are pretty much the only original aspect of this space. The wall behind me was built in 1987 to turn the factory into lofts and apartments like you see now. But if this wall wasn't here, we would have been able to see large south-facing windows with natural light pouring into this space, lighting up the tables with sewing machines whirring away their day. So at this point in the tour, guests get to hear the actual stories of workers in the garment industry. Now there were a lot of different positions in factories like this one. Some people were needle workers like Rose Esterson, who were paid
The workers used to slave from what?
Paid based on how many pieces that they sewed. Others were cutters like Sydney
From
Sarkin,
7
who were
to
paid hourly wages and afforded
from
special
7 to 10 in the
privileges in the
morning at
factory.
night and got
Here,
paid.
guests will be given an iPad and headphones where they'll be able to hear the actual recordings of these people talking about their wages, their working conditions, and the struggles they faced as garment workers in the industry.
Interesting. I didn't watch that one before, but I thought it was gonna be like a big museum. But that is interesting. But
Yes, like one thing too is like the Jewish people in both like New York and Montreal have had long ties to the garment industry, particularly because, of course, like what I mean, this is a sad incident, but the Triangle Waist fire, right, which sort of started the shirtwaist fire, I should say. It sort of changed a lot of the laws when it came to, the safety of employees and allow for people to be able to escape, right, and stuff like that. Mostly affected young Jewish women because they were the they were the people that were hired to do these jobs. And even in Mexico too, like when Singer first opened up its first its first store in Mexico City.
Singer sewing machines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
One of the things that like my grandmother got almost right away was that because again she would do piecework in the garment industry. So
Okay. Yeah. Fucking. That's wild. Yeah. And Singer's still fucking doing shit to this day. Fucking. Were they doing, I guess they were just making the sewing machines. They weren't necessarily doing questionable fucking shit in the garment industry. But
well,
maybe. I'm sure they profited heavily off of a lot of this shit. But I don't know much about that or anything about that. But yeah, no, that's crazy. Any other things that you wanted to say or talk about the Montreal community or things about that at all?
Yeah, I did want to just sort of note. I do want to note something that progress that has been made. Right, I don't want to end on the. So so in 1832, the law was passed. Right, as I said, the Emancipation Act, which did allow for Jewish people to be able to, and this was literally granted. This was under the tenure of Louis Joseph Papineau, who again, like if people know places in Quebec, they know Papineau is actually quite a important name, and so because it essentially granted full, more or less equivalent political rights to Jewish people, it actually meant that in Quebec, right, in Montreal, in Canada, right, was actually the first place to guarantee those rights, essentially almost 30 years before anywhere else in the British Empire.
That's awesome. That's great. Like it sucks that those were the conditions to begin with, but it's great that that community fought so hard for those rights and were granted them. You know what I mean, or took them rather. As they are. That's amazing. And that was are you saying like in Canada or just in Quebec? Like I know the majority of the community was in Quebec, but was that like Canada wide or?
So this would have been what would have been called Lower Canada at the time. So a little bit, which would have included Quebec and Labrador, I believe, is what it would have included at the time. So yeah, so it mostly included Quebec at the time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great. And Are there any like distinctions or things that you wanted to note in regards to like differences between like Montreal, Toronto, or anything other than just like what we talked about before?
Um, yeah. So, um, you have Toronto's oldest congregation, unlike the one that was started in when it first opened up, and it's called Holy Blossom Temple, um, or it's often called the Congregation Blossoms of Holiness, Pirchei Kodesh. Um, was a one was a is a Ashkenazi synagogue, but also was a Reform synagogue. So the second one that was ever built was a Reform one, and so that also sort of shows that there was quite a difference. One, because by this time we're already talking about 1856, and so the first prayer services ever held in Toronto, like were held at Toronto Holy Blossom Temple, which, like I said, is a Reform temple. Which the Reform movement came out of, particularly the Haskalah, or the Jewish Enlightenment, which happened in Central Europe principally. But so it's definitely more of an Ashkenazi thing. But the Sefer Torah, right? So the actual Torah scroll, right, was first borrowed from excuse me, Shiarit Israel, right? The Montreal one. They let them borrow it to start, so that way they could host their own services for Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah.
But later, they actually got a permanent Torah just a year later. That was a gift from Albert Asher, parents who lived in Montreal. So like the community at first was very, again, we're trying to help each other, particularly Montreal, and to help Toronto's community start out and actually be able to have a community and have a right. And in fact, just like another quick thing is the fact that there actually was a famous chess master. I mean, I think I mentioned to you before, right? I play chess, and essentially, this would have been around the 1770s, more or less. But he became like, he won the Canadian Chess Championship, and was like very well known for this. And I mean, just the fact that, again, that he was Jewish also played a big role, because again, in 1850. So just a little bit before this, there was only about 400 to 500 Jewish people living in Montreal, and already you had a national chess champion in 70.
Yeah, wild. Yeah. Oh shoot. Oh, fuck. There was something. Oh yes. Back to the borrowing of the Torah scroll. Because like I think that it's important to kind of just touch on that quickly if you have like a bit more time.
Yeah, of course.
Like I think that like often I don't think people understand, like it's not like just like, hey yo, just borrow my copy of this Bible here. Like the Torah scrolls that are like used are like handwritten giant scroll. Like they're very very important and very time consuming to make. Can you tell me a little bit about that, and like about like the Torah scrolls, and just touching on it a bit, like how they're kind of like made and like that shit a bit?
Yeah, so actually, when I was still part of the Hasidic community, I wanted my like one of the things I wanted to be was a sofer stam, which is it literally means a scribe. And so what essentially when it comes to writing, the stam comes from the things that you can write. So you can write like the T stands for Torah, right? And then the M for etc. But the point being that you use a goose quill pen, right? And you do everything by hand. You have to and these things are made right out of parchment, right? So they are made using, right, animal skin, right? So they're very expensive. They require a long time to do, right? And there's also a very particular way that you have to write them. So when I wanted to be a shtoifer at that time, like you had to practice, and it takes about a year to finish if you're just working on that one thing. And so what it is, and they cost about $10,000, so US. That's like on the lower end of that. Like they can cost much more, depending. And so for that, again, you get a goose quill pen, and you write it out in the Hebrew, the entire Torah. So the first 5 books, so Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. And not only that, but you also, one thing to keep in mind though is that there are no vowels, right? Like a lot of this stuff isn't present in the Torah scroll. So like there are things that you will have sort of in another document like called a Chumash, which has the 5 books themselves. But the Torah scroll, again, like when you have to move it to whatever the Torah portion is for that day or for that week, it takes 2 people, because both of you have to be working to like move the scroll to the right place. And yeah, it has to be carefully. Every single letter has to be written out exactly the way how it's supposed to be. And people will often, in order to like pay for the Torah scroll, they will often donate to pay for one letter to be done in their name. So, and yeah, the ones you have right there that you are showing. So at the top it says Keter, which means crown, and then Torah. So the crown of the Torah, right? And so this is the Ashkenazi tradition. They put a mantle. That's what it's called. They put a mantle. And then they'll often put like other decorations when you have people taking out the Torah scroll. Besides Saturday, you have to take the Torah scroll out at least 2 other days of the week, because like it's like you have to have it on some Sephardic ones. However, Sephardic ones are usually put in a metal case, so they will be.
Would that be like this one here?
No, that one has a mantle. But actually, well, now that that one.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just a video that I looked up, and it's just like Torah scrolls, and they have a bunch of different Torah scrolls. But like, I just wanted to show kind of like how big they are and like how ornate, and like these aren't just like, hey yo, here's a fucking Gideon ass Bible. Like this is like some real shit. Like these are gnarly, and here's some bigger ones here.
Right. And one of the big things that is very important, like it's a huge honor, is not only like to not only go up and read it, which is called an aliyah, but also or aliyah, but also another thing is sometimes you will be told to like raise it up and sort of move it around to sort of let the congregation see. And oh my gosh, one time at one of my at my family's rabbi's house, they have like a really low roof, so and they have a fan right there, and I'm like, oh please do not let it get caught up in the fan. Like the last thing I need right now is to literally have the Torah scroll just be.
Oh my god, that would be the worst.
Thankfully that did not happen, but still, it's one of those things where I'm just like but yeah, and one thing that usually when people are carrying around the Torah scroll is that people will either kiss their siddur, which is their prayer book, and then touch the Torah scroll, with the mantle on, or they will actually like kiss the Torah scroll itself, because again, it's seen as this like it's one of the most holy objects. In fact, the place that it's kept in is called the Aron Kodesh. And so that is literally, I mean, it has the word Kodesh, and anything that has that means literally the holy whatever, right? In this case, it's the place where you put all of your Torah scrolls. And like when a synagogue that I used to attend, had to get a new Aron Kodesh, they actually can't just, like, you can't just throw these away, right? Like,
Yeah.
because they have the ineffable name of God. So, like, these things, again, have to be treated with a lot of care. And eventually, I mean, even if you print them out, like if you were to print out just the study portion, right? Like, you can't just throw those away because it has the ineffable name of God on it. But and in fact, it will say on the paper, like, if you want to know how to dispose of this, call us, and we will help you, because the last thing they want is for, and so when it comes to like this, like with the Aron Kodesh, they actually have to give it like a burial, right? So they have, like, it's, so
Wild.
it's like this whole thing that goes on, and so
Yeah, but like, yeah, like I guess I get it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to fucking just throw the name of God in the trash. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, I feel like a lot of Christians don't show much respect on the name. That's pretty cool, actually. I respect that. Fucking, but yeah, like, I wanted to kind of bring it back to that when you're talking about borrowing the Torah scrolls and stuff, because I don't think a lot of people understand like how big of a deal these texts are, how big they are, and it's not just like some book. It's a big deal, very big deal. But yeah, is anything? Yeah. But fucking Sacrificial MILF is asking if there's anything that they can do in these times to help the community in these crazy ass times, because it is a pretty fucked up time right now. You know what I mean? Like, with what's going on in Palestine and shit like that that's going on, it's absolutely horrible, and anti-Semitism is truly on the rise. Like, it genuinely is, and that's not just criticism of the state of Israel. Genuine anti-Semitism is on the rise, and there are fucking Jewish comrades out there who are genuinely catching a lot of fucking unwanted hate, or an unnecessary and just awful hate. Are there things that we can do to support? I guess is the question in these fucked up times.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that you can always do is, again, if you don't want to necessarily just give money, but you're willing to give your time, is to, help, like the archives, right, at a lot of these museums. They will often need people to help, collect information about people and like put it in a spreadsheet, stuff like that. Even simple work like that, or again, just spending time to actually be around the Jewish community and sort of, be understanding of the fact that, again, it is a very strange time right now. Another thing would be, of course, to really, when you could find a community organization that, like, for example, like there's like a queer yeshiva, for example, if that's something you would like to support, or if there's, other such, especially because there are things like food pantries that are run that are kosher food pantries, etc. There are many ways that you can help that don't necessarily have to foreground, any particular political or geopolitical aspect. So I would say that, yeah, for sure, definitely try to help out the communities as directly as possible.
Based advice, and I think that is like great advice here, and great advice just generally. Like, how can you help out the communities? Well, like, try to find the communities near you and help them directly. Be, helping people. Just be and honestly, just being a good human being, I think, is super helpful, just in general with everything. As like I know, like, Sacrificial MILF and stuff is, and just calling out bigotry and hatred and shit when you see it, I think, and just being a good ally, I think, is important. Like, fucking just chill, dog. Fucking help out, do some shit. Fucking Well, that's
Yeah.
wonderful.
And also be there for those comrades too, because it's not easy on a lot of us, because again, like if you do come from a more conservative community like the Orthodox one that I came out of, it's not it's strange times. I'll put it again. I'll reiterate. I'll just put that as the slap that on there. It's very strange times right now. So it's just be there for the people that you care about that are also Jewish, and call out anti-Semitism, and again, try to help the communities as directly as you can. That's honestly the best way to do so.
Absolutely. Any other things that you wanted to kind of touch on, and make sure, like those things that you're like, oh shoot, I want to make sure that we talked about or touched on this or that aspect of something?
No, we pretty much talked very in depth about the history, so I think we covered all of our bases.
Awesome. I think that's wonderful. And as always, I always appreciate all the amazing information. And chat, if you want real based fucking knowledge backed smart shit, go check out Shakespeare. She's one of the best streamers out there, fucking doing the best shit that there is. Fucking just smart shit, but you don't need to be 4,000 IQ to understand it. So fucking make sure to go to go and follow, because yeah, thank you again. Follow the channel. Good. Honestly, please go do yourself a favor if you're not, because yeah, one of the best channels out there. But yeah, well, thank you so much for your time as always, and I look forward to speaking with you again in the near future.
Same, likewise. So I hope that will be soon. And again, thank you so much for having me on, and hope that you have a very happy New Year. And yeah.
Oh yes, thank you. It is the fucking New Year. Oh yeah, sorry. Before we go, any New Year's resolutions? Do you have thoughts on New Year's resolutions? Any things that you want to accomplish or do in the new year? Things that you're like, ooh, fucking New Year. Any things like that?
One thing is, I definitely want to just dedicate even more time of mine to doing that historical research and writing and all of that stuff that needs to be done. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the main thing that comes to mind.
Absolutely. And do you know how you viewers can make sure that Shakespeare has the best year of her life being able to do that? By following and supporting. So go on over, go do, I'm sure, !don'to or something. There's ways to help support and ensure that research can continue to be done. We need more people like Shakespeare. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, so I hope everybody enjoyed that. Oh. Yes, I was very happy to actually get to, talk about the Canadian community, because it's not as well known as it could be, right? So I wanted to make sure that we got as much stuff out there. Yes, if you'd like to help me, out in some way, you can always do so by going to my Throne. So throne.com/Shakespeare, where you can help with my research. Of course, if you would like to, there are also other ways that you could do so by donating directly via Cash App, via Venmo, whatever it might need, or also if you use PayPal, you can always go to my Twitch, and there you can use the tip function to donate via oh yes, good night, yeah, via PayPal. Okay, so let's see here. Hello, BCatK. How are you? It's so nice to, like I said, get to talk about a community that is not often talked about and overlooked, and thankfully to talk about the important things, the bagels. I actually remember once there's this one movie where it actually shows someone like ordering a bagel, and they ask for it to not be toasted. Oh my gosh, it was like a whole thing. Are we gonna have more, Shax? What do you mean? Are you gonna have more what? More bagels? I mean, are you under the weather? I am. I'm a little bit under the weather. I'm recovering, but yes, I am a little. More of the stream? Yes, it's just I'm just trying to pull up the videos that I have for stream right now. It's taking me a little bit because for some reason it all got mixed up. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, but thank you. I appreciate that. So let's see here. I'm trying to see because there was some stuff that I wanted to go into that's kind of like, oh, that's a full, change from what we were talking about to so I apologize that I taking a little bit, but I promise I do have some more stuff. It's just I just need to get the playlist working again. Okay, so let's go here. More bagels? Oh yeah, I would love some bagels right around now, actually. So hmm. Okay. Should we do just like a complete change in tone and everything, or should we like stay with the coziness? That's the thing. I'm like, should we stay cozy, or should we go into like, something else that's historical, but also, you know, that's like one of the questions I always have to ask myself sometimes. So, okay, it's finally working. But yes, okay. No. But yeah, if people are willing for like a complete tone shift, I can do that because that's what I miss Locke so much. The comfort food for me. Oh yeah, yeah. It's a little bit. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing, Ophelia. I appreciate that. Some of it is, but actually, I'm just trying to find the video. Like I thought it was in my history already, but it's in the playlist, I guess. But I must have put in the wrong one. So again, my apologies. It's because I have one that says like videos for stream, but then I also have one that's like different. So yeah, let's see here. I don't even know what this playlist is. My goodness. Yeah, and also YouTube is being kind of right now, but it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Nothing on the level of lox. Oh my gosh. I mean, there is like a vegan lox substitute, but it's not the same. It's definitely not the same whatsoever. Let's see here. Okay. Maybe it's here. Oh. Would it be there? Or it's this one. Okay. I don't know why I put it in this. Oh no, what did I choose? Oh no. Lox? Lox is, it means salmon. In fact, there's a very famous Viking poem called Laxdala Saga, and Laxdala means Salmon Valley. Like Dale, right? Like Loxdale would mean Salmon Valley, so Okay, never mind then. I guess I thought that news thing is gone. And also the red onions. Ah, yes, and the capers, and yes. Oh, gosh, now I'm starting to get really hungry. I honestly, like, if there was a way to get Montreal bagels more, like, often here in LA, I totally would get some, but it's just not easy to, I see, strange food combo, but not the strangest. Or, well, it's interesting too because like you have what's it called? Like, so for some Sephardic communities, right? They do not eat fish and milk, right? Like it's not a thing. Whereas with Ashkenazi communities, which is where you get lox from, is when you do actually have, you can eat fish and milk together. So, okay, I'm just literally just gonna look it up because there really is no other way for me to even, yeah, there's like no other way for me to find it, I guess. Do we want to watch, oh, no, this is not the right video. What is it called? Anchovies? Not even tuna melts? No. Like, no, it's not, seen as... Now, that's not that common, but it is a thing in some Sephardic communities. Granted, a lot of these Sephardic communities are from cultures that already don't mix the two, right? So but technically under Jewish law, right? Typically speaking, fish does not count as meat. It usually counts as something neutral. It's the same thing with eggs. Found it. Oh my gosh, I finally found it. Okay, so
A pictorial manuscript, its pages covered in painting.
That's right. I don't know why it's taking forever to I don't know why Twitter's being very did I just say Twitter? I meant to say YouTube. YouTube's being very slow for me right now, so I apologize for that it's taken a little while, but here we go. Actually, oh gosh. There we go. Has to be, make sure to be centered. Okay.
But what if I told you you're reading written words? This script from Mexico defies our concept of what a writing system should be.
So, yes. Now, I wanted to talk about this because fish are not alive. Well, I mean, again, they're not considered meat because they are just considered, they are not beasts of the land by definition, right? But, I mean, to eat them, they have to have both fins and scales, so... Which is why fish are the only, thing that you could, instantly catch that would be, you could eat it right away.
How does it work? Whose words are they? How do you read them? Why did it remain relevant even after colonization? Here's a story about how pictography tells stories. Today, meet a script, unlike other scripts I've studied, and I worked through this Aztec handbook. If I'm to hand you the loose end of the thread I've been pulling to understand the tale of these iconic texts, I have to ask a seemingly unrelated question. What do you think of strawberries? In strawberry fields of California, workers speak a language you might never have heard before, or even heard of. In fact,
Yeah, so what this is noting is the fact that, when people immigrate from Mexico in particular to the United States, this says here, right, in Spanish, se estima que en California viven unos 170,000 migrantes indígenas de los estados mexicanos de Oaxaca, Guerrero y Michoacán, entre ellos mixtecos, zapotecos y purépechas. Estas poblaciones indígenas se enfrentan a desafíos únicos como las barreras lingüísticas, ya que a menudo solo hablan sus lenguas indígenas prehispánicas nativas, right? So, what does this say? It says that it is estimated that in California, there live about 170,000 indigenous immigrants from the states of Oaxaca, Guerrero, and Michoacán, which have communities that speak Mixtec, Zapotec, and Purepecha, right? And so they face unique struggles, right? Because of the fact that there are times where they don't speak Spanish, right? And nor should they feel compelled to, right? This actually happened very similarly in Bolivia, where technically it was in Brazil, but it involved the Bolivian embassy. There were indigenous Bolivians who were working in Brazil, and something had happened where there was they felt that their workers' rights had been, they had been taken advantage of, etc. And so when they went to their own embassy, they couldn't speak to the people in the embassy because they literally didn't have a single person that spoke any of the indigenous languages that they speak. And so if you go to many of these communities, right, and as much as people like to think of with Mexican and the Spanish language as being almost one-to-one, there are parts, particularly in southern Mexico, where there are states like Oaxaca, like Chiapas, that are majority indigenous. And that also means that you have languages like Zapotec, right, in large areas of the state of Oaxaca, where it's the primary languages. No, they're not related necessarily to Mayan. In fact, I can look at a quick linguistic map. And let's see here. Oh gosh, I wish that they had it divided by language family. Because there's Uto-Aztecan, which is one of the larger ones, or Uto-Nahua, right? I think this one is fairly accurate anyway. No, cancel. Here, let me actually open it in a new tab so that way it has more prominence. Okay, so you see here this map, right, which shows that Cochimi Yumana, right, which is spoken up where I'm from, by Tijuana, right? Whereas, again, these are looking at them as language families, not looking at them as individual languages. I can pull up a map with that later. But you see Uto-Nahua. That's what in English is usually referred to as Uto-Aztecan. So these languages are all related to one another, right? And this includes like the Hopi, the language of the Hopi people in Utah, I believe, is where the Hopi Nation is, and also all the Ute peoples, after which the state of Utah is named after, right? But you also have Totonaco Tepehuá, which is spoken along the east coast of Mexico by Veracruz, and the Mayan languages, which are mostly in the Yucatan. And so this isthmus here, which is called the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, is often seen as a cultural sort of as like a culture divide between a place that is more that has had a more culturally distinct history than, for example, the main part of Mexico. In the same vein, I might add, the Baja California, right, essentially also had a very separate history because it was colonized, via missions, right, and there wasn't really a lot of people that moved into these two states until the turn of the 20th century. Hello. Oh yes, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. How many indigenous folks are in Mexico? There are, well, this probably won't be. Let me just switch on over to the other one. But when it comes to indigenous languages of Mexico, there are about the Commission for the Development of Indigenous Languages, also known as the National Institute for Indigenous Languages, says that about 10% thereabouts speak in indigenous language. So that's quite high, particularly being that in the United States it's quite low. And that is for many different reasons, of course. And Nahuatl, right, which is the language most identified with, there's only one language in all of Mexico that has over 1 million speakers, right? And that's typically how indigeneity is determined, right? So if we're going to talk about someone's like, and in fact, like the book here on my throne right now is talking about how like when sort of the turn of the late 19th to the 20th century, the need to construct the grand national narrative that we sort of have now in Mexico about us being like the country being made of two peoples, right? One the Aztecs and then the other part the Spanish, right? Which is actually not true. It needed a lot of legitimation, and so that's why in this book right here on Throne, it's like they searching for artifacts to legitimize it, right? That's that thing, that belief. So Nahuatl has almost 1.7 million speakers. But, however, there are about 6 million people who speak indigenous languages in Mexico. So that is, I would say that is quite a large amount of people in the United States. The largest language spoken that is spoken is oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, Talorx. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome in, streamer. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. Make sure to refresh so that you get counted as a viewer. If you'd like to follow, please do. And yeah, I hope that you had a good rest of your stream. And yeah, welcome in. We're talking about indigenous languages. So in Mexico. So again, that is quite a bit of. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Yes, it's truly always a delight, especially when we get to talk about the Bagel Wars and such. So again, there's about 6 million people that speak it in America. Pardon me, in Mexico, and there have been many language revitalization projects, right, and also literature projects that also, I mean, like I myself am a big proponent of if it's unnecessary to keep the like colonial Spanish name of a place, to change it to the Nahuatl name or whatever it might be. I definitely think that would be better. So here we go. So if we're looking at this map right here, right, we can see that not all of them are of the same language family, right? So you have Uto-Aztecan, right, which includes Nahuatl, which is the most spoken language, right? Corachol, Kaita, Opatan, Pimen, which is spoken up in sort of this area. But you can see that there's also a relationship to the Comanche language in this grouping, right? And then you have these languages like where like the Kumeyaay and the Tipai languages are not that, like if you go to the highlands of Baja California Norte, that's where you will hear people that speak those languages, but you really don't see that many. Whereas when you go down here, to this part of Mexico, you begin to see that you have Nahuatl, you have Otomi, Purepecha, Zapotec, and also you have Yucatec, which is part of the Mayan family. So there are multiple Mayan languages. So to keep all of that in mind. So why is this important? I mean, although I will say one thing, I really wish that people didn't foreground the fact that Mexican, like when they talk about Mexican immigrants, right, to the United States, I just always hesitate that they always want to talk about us as being, like picking fruit or, doing housekeeping. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things that, like, I kind of wish that we could move beyond that now, right? Like, that, like, that we still have to go with the, like, oh, we do these jobs and that is supposed to legitimize our reason to be here, where it's like, I don't know, like, I just feel like I don't know. I feel like there are better ways of talking about us, but so anyway.
More than other agricultural workers are likely to have this language barrier, not speaking Spanish. To overcome obstacles,
this is again why, like I say, like, right, like when we think of Mexico, right, when we think of Mexicans, right, we shouldn't just be thinking people that speak Spanish, right? Yes, Mexico is the largest Spanish speaking, in terms of population, is the largest Spanish speaking country, right, population wise, right? But it also has, now what's interesting though is that Mexico, whilst it does have a large percentage of people that speak indigenous languages, it isn't the country that has the most. In fact, like, one of the things to keep in mind as well is that again, there are 6 million citizens that speak indigenous languages, which means that after Peru, which is the country that has the most amount of people that speak an indigenous language, right? Right, Mexico is second, but percentage-wise, it's not as large in terms of percentage, right? So in terms of the amount of people overall in the society, right, that do speak them. Because like in Guatemala, while they might have far less people that speak, right, far less people in number, right, they have almost 50% of their population speaks in indigenous language. So again, Peru, it's about 35%, Ecuador 9.4%, Panama's about 8.3%, and so again, it's another thing to keep in mind that, like, again, like I said, Nahuatl is the only, like, it's like over 100,000. There's like at least like 11 languages that have over 100,000 speakers. But like I said, like, relatively speaking, in terms of population size, it's not as big of a population, but the number is far larger, right? So there is that.
Look at these glyphs. A community group organizes events and helpful radio messages under the banner of imagery that ties back to pages painted by their ancestors in their home landscape. Mountains, valleys, coasts where people speak rich language varieties, given the umbrella label Mixtec. A map of their lands in what's now southern Mexico caught the eye of archaeologist Alfonso Caso in the 1940s. This old colonial map depicts part of La Mixteca at the turn of the year 1576.
Now, why is it important that this colonial map? Well, because again, a lot of times when it came to preserving, right, the knowledge of a lot of places, right? So I've often compared this to, like, if you've ever read Beowulf, where it is in what's called Old English or Anglo-Saxon, right? But you can still tell that the influence of the previous cultures, before Christianization, is present, right? But there's also the fact that there is a specific, like, Christian overtone that is placed on the entire work. In much the same way, a lot of these maps and other documents, you will see, right, that they will often have, the their like original art styles, right? But they will have things like churches or mission buildings, right, plotted out, stuff like that, right? And so it's one of those things where it's like, now we don't have stuff that necessarily talked about things pre-colonization, but we do know somewhat of what it would have looked like because we know what it would have looked like without churches, for example, right?
An eye-catching mix of indigenous and European styles, iconic glyphs dot and crisscross and surround the map, centered on a town of Chiokatnu, and then grow out and drape down one side. The people seated facing each other, these figures look familiar. In fact, they appear in a whole group of pictorial manuscripts dating to the post-classic, around 900 to 1500.
So when he says the post-classic, we have to remember that, like, when the Spaniards, right, arrive to Mexico, in particular, right, it's not as though, and this is the same thing with other places, it's not as though they were on equal footing, right, so to speak. Like, yes, there were, like, certain things which allow, like, for example, guns, right? Like, that's one thing, right? That just did not exist on the American continent yet. But like, the reason why we use this terminology is because if we were to compare it, right, in terms of what it resembles, like, say, in the old world, quote unquote, is that this would be more like talking about ancient Rome, right? Or ancient Greece, right? When we're talking about the classical period, right? Like, it's trying to, like, understand Latin America, Mesoamerica in particular, through using the stuff, like the parameters that have already been set for, Near Eastern and, Mediterranean, societies. But in doing so, right, because we're reusing these terms, right, this is like saying, like, this is now in the Roman period, right? Like, and again, it's not that I want to necessarily say that that is what it means, right? But rather that that's often how people will frame it. Like, oh, when the Spaniards met the Aztecs, they were essentially like like meeting the Romans, quote unquote, right? But again, I don't do that to actually compare them, because obviously they were completely different peoples. But that's what these, like, markers of, like, post-classic are supposed to more or less say.
They're called pictorials because, look at them, scene after scene, alive with characters, places, symbols. Gasso wonders, could that map be a sort of Rosetta Stone, a key to unlocking the names in this?
You want to know something funny? Is, like, when it comes to the Rosetta Stone, one thing I've always found quite fascinating is the fact that there were actually people who had transliterated and had, in effect, knew of the meanings of the I swallowed my what? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. I just, at first, I didn't see the like a full paragraph just sort of appeared out of nowhere. The Rosetta Stone was not actually when people first began to decipher hieroglyphs. In the 11th century, in the Abbasid Caliphate, you already had people that would travel to Egypt and had already started to transliterate it. Because remember that the languages spoken in that area are related to one another, right? Like, Aramaic is related to Nabatean, which is related to, Arabic, which is related to Hebrew, which is related to, right, to Amhara, which is in Ethiopia, etc., right? What video is this? It's called Pictorial Books from Mexico Defy Our Definition of Writing by Native Lang.
Much earlier collection. He's onto something. Glyphs follow a pattern of naming people with two names. First, numbers of discs next to day signs are dates. Newborns would get a calendar name to connect them through time to their birth date. There's another sign for their given name, like spiderweb of rain. The two names are called Ziwe and Zuke. Ziwe, Zuke. We can already hear how from here on out, language skills become critical, specifically the skills from those farm fields. So
like again, I just I understand that yes, there are people from Mexico that work in fields, right? That work doing field work, particularly with strawberries, right? But I don't like that becomes the quintessential example of how they talk about us, right? Oh, yeah, I probably should change the title of the stream. Earlier, we were talking about Canadian Judaism in particular. Whether 'twas nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To dream, to sleep, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache, and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. It's nice to see you, it's nice to see you, Galactic Streamlord. So,
Word about the language. I don't speak it. I've been relying on the guidance of Gabina Perez Jimenez, who writes about her modern variety and the old post-classic language. One fact for starters, hers is a tonal language in a family of tonal languages.
So this is another thing too, is that oftentimes, right, again, because people often don't recognize the fact that there are such a diversity of languages when it comes to the Americas, because for some reason, and I don't know why this is, but for some, there are people that do think, for whatever, again, like I said, for whatever reason, that all indigenous languages are all related to one another, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, if that doesn't make sense for the, the 3 continents or 4 continents, 5 continents on the other side of the planet, why would it make sense for the 1, 2, or 3, or 4, however many you want to say, exist on this side of the planet, right? But still, I never quite understood that, but...
Like names throughout Mexico, Mixtec comes from Aztec, Nahuatl, so Mixteca, basically cloud people. Now,
so again, like, a lot of the names we have for people, right, in the indigenous people, are not actually the name that the indigenous people called themselves, right? This isn't, it's not uncommon, right? But this was what, like, when the Spanish essentially, conquered, right, the Aztec, empire, one of the things that they also did was their, like, the things which, like, the people that were able to learn Spanish, right, they were able to be, like, when they spoke about other people, they spoke about them as they would have in Nahua, right? So that's why you have Mixteca, which means, again, Mish meaning cloud and Teca meaning people. So
Tech is definitely not Mixtec, though they will cross paths in this story. Mixteca to Mixteca, even Mixteca. Mixtecos themselves in their diverse dialects combine 2 words, people or community, and rain or rain god, with bountiful ways of saying rain. Nyu Zabi or Sabi, the rain nation. Language at hand and in mind.
So you can see, right, that, like, Mixteca, right, means the people of the clouds, right? But when you say Savi or Davi, right, in reference to their rain deity, right, it also tells you about the fact that, like, where they live, right, is known for being a region that has a lot of, like, rain that is occurring all throughout the year, right? Yakama, Yakima. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting.
You can now identify individual Iyazi and Iya, the ladies and lords, the Nyu, the towns they ruled, and follow them across the pages. The basic glyphs in their names stand not for a sound or syllable, but a whole word. Welcome back, logograms, to my channel.
So yeah, so this is the reason why, like, the idea that, like, the indigenous languages of the entire Americas, but in particular, like, there is this view that, like, that logogrammic systems of writing, like, you know, Chinese, like other languages that have existed throughout history, other scripts as well, right? Languages and their scripts. There is this belief that for some reason the indigenous people, like, that were the Maya, that were the Mixtecas, that were the Nahua, etc., that they were just drawing pretty pictures, right? Thinking that all indigenous tribes speak the same language is like thinking all animals speak the same language because of movies and TV shows. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, it is a strange thing that people can believe that, right? When it's like, oh, if you tell someone who is, you know, someone that speaks Flemish, right? Oh, well, you just speak Dutch. Oh, no, you know.
Some examples. A flower is a common element in names, and it
thunder rolling down the mountain. Ah, interesting. And also, yeah, like, another thing too is like it also tells you a lot about the culture itself, right? Like, the things that it, like, in Mesoamerica, flowers are really important. Really important. And that is why, like, there is, like, a story of one of the indigenous princes that said, you know, I would rather, you know, be, you know, to die on a bed of roses, right? Like again, because, you know, stuff like that, right? And, like, flowers and stuff, it's like, it's, again, it relates to the fact that flowers even now in Mexico still play an important role, like with cempasúchiles, when it comes to Dia de los Muertos, right? So
presents ita, the word for flower, or tonally ita in another variety. Likewise, a mountain is juku, found at the start of some important place names. The motif shown off here is nyu. The word we just learned for people or town or commune will return to its weighty historical significance. Logograms put together are read together. Simplest case to me is one word beside another. So Lady 10 Flower, that's her calendar name, has a given name with two words, Spiderweb of the Rain. And she's seated on a town sign, Nyu, with flints atop, Nyu Juchi, town of flints. Glyphs can join, conflate, the rain god from a...
Yeah, like it's a bed of roses, but the whole point is that, like, is that roses are this, like, very beautiful flower, right? And that the point being that, like, I would only be harmed because it would be the flowers that would harm me, right? Like, something from from the land, you know, where I'm from, right? Like, that's part of it. It's because, like, the story is far more detailed, but the point being that, like, this is why, like, when it comes to the iconography that was deployed, I guess, to use it in that way, when it came to La Virgen de Guadalupe, right, one of the main things is, I'll tell the story because a lot of people often don't know it. So there is this hill in Mexico City, it's called Tepeyac, and there was Juan Diego, right? Juan Diego was part of a group of indigenous people that at the time wanted and again, I've mentioned this before, only white people could be, only Europeans could be archbishops, bishops, stuff like that, right? And so they wanted him to build a church. And one day that he was walking around, he went on top of the hill of Tepeyac, walking home, and the Virgen de Guadalupe is said to have had an apparition, right? It's said to have shown up. And she says, "Go tell the bishop to build for me a cathedral here," right? So Juan Diego goes to the bishop and tells him what he saw. "I saw an apparition of the Virgin Mary," and one thing is important too is that she is often, like, one of the distinctive features is that she is dark skinned, right? That she looks like the indigenous people, right? Like, that's what's important. She's, and what so the bishop says, like, "You're just bothering me, you don't know what you're talking about, blah 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 blah." So then the bishop says, or the archbishop says, leave, right? And so Juan Diego leaves. Then some other day, La Virgen de Guadalupe makes another apparition and says, "Juan Diego, I want you to tell the bishop that for him to make a church right where you see me, right on the site that you've seen me." And he explains to her that they don't believe him, right? And so she says, "Well, if you come back on, usually el Día de la Virgen de Guadalupe is the 12th of December, right? And people make up, anyway, we'll get there in a second." She said, "Come back and I will give you proof, undeniable proof, for you to take to the bishop. That way he will finally listen to you," right? Because the whole point is the Spaniards are saying the indigenous people don't know, right? Okay, see you later, Ophelia. Thanks for joining us. And so Juan Diego says, "Okay, I will. So we're just gonna set this on December 12th, right?" She shows up and she says, "Pick these roses," right? Which are unique because they are not known for these type of roses to grow in the area. It's like out of the season. It's blah blah, all of those compounding things, right? And so he says, and so she tells him, "Take all of these roses, and when you reach the bishop, right? You will show him these as proof," right? So, and Juan Diego was wearing a tilda, which is part of like if you've ever seen a sarape or like a poncho, right, where it's like a like it's like your arms, like this part of your body, it's just like covers you on both sides, right? So anyway, so he gets to the archbishop or whatever it was, and he says, "I finally have indisputable proof that I saw La Virgen de Guadalupe." And so when he's going to show him the proof, right, that he just got, he opens up his tilda, right, and out come the roses, right? And what stuns the archbishop is not just the roses, but the fact that an image of La Virgen de Guadalupe was painted, was showed up on his tilda, proving that, like, this is what she looked like, this is how she appeared. Here was, physical evidence of like a miracle happening, right? And so they then built on El Cerro de Tepeyac. That's when they built La Basílica, or La Catedral. I think it's a basilica now, but La Catedral de Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe. And again, one of the main things is that she's often called, like, they often will refer to her as being like La Morena, right? Like something to do with having dark skin, because she is said to, again, the whole point was that she wasn't European, right? Like that's an important part of the story, is that instead of being a white woman, right, she shows up looking like the people that the church at that time served, right, which were the indigenous people. And in fact, like, if you go to the basilica now around December 12th, people, I mean, it's a big pilgrimage site, huge pilgrimage site in Mexico. People will go for a long distance And there, you not only have the roses, right, there, but you also have the tilde of Juan Diego, who later on was beatified and then also became a saint. So that's the story of that. But the point being that, like, flowers and stuff like that, a lot of that in Mexico, like I said, not just in Mexico, but other places too, but particularly speaking about the Mexico City area, like, there's a lot of stuff, like, named after, like, oh, the war, like, the war of, referring to blossoms. There's other stuff like that, right? Like, flowers are a big thing, so.
Another angle, Zabi again, wears the town motif we learned for New Zabi, people of the rain. This is year, Kuya, famous among the in crowd as the AO sign. Okay, fair term for it. But then one of 4 year signs gets tied up in it, the year 6 flint, the year 13 reed. Even choice of pigment can be meaningful, very much like I showed in Nahuatl writing in a bonus video for patrons. The left column of that map contains a place name with the New motif, but it's painted black for the color word. Sure enough, there's a corresponding town known today as New Tun. Not every reading is so literal. It's a funny word given the script.
So again, like, as you can hear, right, in this description of the language, right, it is tonal, right? So it is more reminiscent of something like Mandarin or Cantonese, right, where, you have to make sure that you use the right tone in order to convey the right sense of whatever the word is that you're trying to say. So in this case, you have 3 tones that it could possibly be, right? One with it rising, one with it lowering, and then sort of a flat accent.
Earlier we acknowledged the language is tonal. How tonal? Try earth, nyu, fire, nyu, deity, nyu, 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 nyu. Scribes indulge in this and play with tonal puns.
So this is why, again, where it comes to, they literally sound almost exactly the same, but the main difference is the way how the u is pronounced. So if it's u, or u, that changes the complete meaning. And it's interesting too, because the English language, not so much when it wasn't so much tonal, but when it was more case, when it still functioned using cases, right, which is which it had the nominative, etc., the genitive, dative, etc., the accusative, right? Those were the 4 cases that English had. Was that the poetry, the way how it was written, and what it was meant to do was very different, which is, instead of having end rhymes like it does now, right? Instead of having end rhymes, instead it would have consonants between the first part of the sentence, right? So if it would have, like, the word like thu, right, then then that same sound, the th sound, right, the thorn would be, and it would also show up again in the second part of the same sentence. So thu and tha, right, would be like the way how it would be done in Old English, right? So
here are 2 hometowns. Chiyokatnu, big altar. Hey, that's the one from the map. Katnu means big.
Yeah.
The Aztec root would have been to
because like the word how you, like the way how you say shepherd is shipnhierdas, right? But you can hear the word ship in it technically, but it's not the same word as ship. So it's sheep, and the plural of sheep is sheep. So
large the glyph. But here a human bends and breaks a piece of the town sign. Bend, break, katnu is a pun for big, katnu. Next place has eyes, nu, and crossed bars, crossed being ndihin, but tonal punning flips ndihin to ndihin. It's ndihin nu, good view. The script also abounds in idioms, sayings known in Spanish as difracismos, 2 phrase-isms, and kindred in heart to any lover of a good kenning. Writers blend these
Oh, I'm so glad that you brought up the word kenning, because that is something that in English does exist, right? But a kenning usually is like a very famous one is Huala Road, right? Huala Road, or the Whale Road, is a way of saying like the sea, the ocean, right? That's what. So it's this like you're referring to it by it being the Whale Road, right? Huala Roda, but it means, like I said, like it means the sea, right? Or if you were to say, you know, the like if you were to say other things, right? Like the Nichmar, right? Then the literally the mare of the night or the nightmare, you know, stuff like that.
Parallelisms like puzzles into the scene. The mat and throne, Yuviteyu, together beneath married rulers, mean rulership. Protagonists throwing darts into a place name? Nduaya, arrows of the lords, conquest. One more. Tuunya, the word, the song, is flowery poetry for lineage history. And if it's starting to sound like the same old story of rulers and ruled, well, hold your assumptions. We will cycle back when we ponder the word new.
So, like, again, like, it's another reason why, like, when people do look at the pictograms or the ideograms, right, that exist in Mesoamerica in particular, for so long, many of them were dismissed as only being ornamental, right? Doesn't mean that they were always were, but, like, whether there was a need to, quote-unquote, decipher them was seen as something secondary, right?
Degree of puzzling out and give and take is expected from Old Mexico, but in one way Mixtec writing stands out. Not a single phonetic sign in sight. Even the Aztec Empire's script writes phonetic syllables. This, though, from the way writing systems experts define writing, is pure logography, word writing.
So, so whilst Chinese now does have phonological things, right? Technically speaking, because it's had to accommodate foreign words, right? Like it would be more like Mixtec, right? Where each word, right, is each word is itself has to be equal to one sign. So the signified has a one-to-one with an individual signifier, right? I don't want to get too much into Saussure, but
individual signs, words also carry memories of composition. Scribes are those who write and paint the words and songs, meaning document.
And it's interesting too because ta-ko-ta-no-hu-ya, right? Like you do have this, right? Paints. But what's interesting is that when it comes in the Eastern Orthodox Church, right? In Eastern Orthodox churches, I should say, you actually have it where, oh, hello, Felefenefe. Sorry if this was said before, but was writing always so detailed, or was there any form of simplified? So, of this, it's very interesting because people think the farther back we go, the more simplistic writing would have been, but that hasn't been the case. Like English, like again, like I said, used to have cases, right, as opposed to sentence structure being its primary form of being written, and of being understood, right, determining what is that. So oftentimes they might have what is often called a demotic script, right, which means the script of the people, right, demos in Greek meaning people, right, and that is like something that the Egyptians, right, for example, they had hieroglyphs, but they also wrote stuff that weren't in hieroglyphs, right, that were written using the demotic script. And so when they found the Rosetta Stone, for example, it was in Greek, demotic, and in hieroglyphs. So that's why they were able to know that the meanings of these two scripts, the Greek and the demotic, which now would now be the Coptic alphabet, right? That they were related, right? That they intended to do that. So typically there does tend to be like a form, right, that is more easily written. But whenever there's anything formal like annals, right, in the same way when it comes to like a medieval, like a medieval chroniclers, right, you would see them use, right, language that was, like the way in which they wrote it, right, they tended to use specific scripts. It's the same thing too, even with Hebrew, which again is an abjad. So which means that we don't have any vowels in Hebrew, right? We don't write out the vowels. It's one of the things I actually think is one of the like bad things about like modern Hebrew, is that it actually decided to go a step back, and I actually think Yiddish and Ladino are far, like, by putting in the vowels, it actually makes it more. Anyway, I like my vowels, okay. But anyway, but I mean, I know both. I know both with the vowels and without them. Regardless, so like now cursive is seen, for example, as being like the fancy way, right, quote unquote, of writing. But back in the day, it actually wasn't. It was seen as the more interpersonal way, right? Like it was actually you not wanting to be, very precise in the detailing of your letters and everything. Instead, it was you, right, writing stuff out in that way. So yes. But when it comes to these entire charts here, where you have like, when you have rain web, right, or spider web of rain, here, of meaning this person, right, this woman, then that's where it's a bit different. But yeah, usually there is some form of demotic script. However, those also tend to be the least likely to be preserved, because they tend to be made not for for long-term preservation. So
History.
Oh yeah, what I was going to say about the Eastern Orthodox churches is they don't say that with the people that make icons, right? They don't say that they paint icons. They say they take the idea of iconography literally, right? Where graphy means to write. So they write an icon, right? That's what they're doing. They're not drawing, right, an icon. They're not painting an icon. They're writing an icon. And again, some people might say, oh, well, that's just a technicality, because maybe so. Again, I'm not really one to cast any judgment on something like that. But like some people have said that like it's by saying, well, it's iconography, right, that means that icons, right, particularly of the Eastern Orthodox variety, wouldn't fall under the Jewish definition or the Old Testament definition of, right, being like essentially, something that you shouldn't have, right, because the fact that Judaism is iconoclastic, right? So
Red lines, juku, juku, follow the furrow to guide our eyes around the screenfold pages. Now you could follow centuries of dates, names, puns, and parallelisms around the pages in a yuk-yuk pattern. Or you could try to follow, because these disparate deciphered pieces don't connect into a unified linguistic text. Could the entire page ever be read? Or is the rest just pictures up for interpretation? Well, elsewhere, across the same...
Well, also another thing too is that the idea, right, that the idea that they need to be is something that is again decided from outside, right? Like we expect, right, internal structure, right? But but I'm not gonna get into necessarily all of that. But do they call icon painters icon writers? Yeah, yep, they do. Like, so not. I mean, again, according to their own tradition, they say that they're not idol. That it is not idolatry, right? Because they're not, in their view, right? They are writing a icon, right? Iconographia is different from, like making an icon in some other way. or an idol, right? So linguistic, which marks represent language. So like, I'm actually glad that he put this in here because permanent, right? That the encoded message persists. Systematic, right? Consistent grid-line mapping. So, like this is actually something that actually like if like I know if people have ever read on to bring up Derrida's On Grammatology might be a bit strange. Like some people might say, well, I see like it technically is there, but phonocentric means that like we have like there are like in certain contexts, right? There are like the alphabet, for example. It is more concerned with telling you how to pronounce the sound of something, as opposed to having, right? As opposed to having it be, right? Centered around the meaning of the thing itself, right? Like it doesn't. You're not trying to derive meaning, right, from every single phoneme that I make, right? Because you can't. And so, that would be an example. Yeah, permanent, again, it just means that the message exists. Arbitrary symbolism is not iconicity. So again, there is a difference between something being used as a symbol, right? Like, say, a Star of David, or, well, technically it's a Shield of David, but you know what I mean, right? Or something like the sun itself, or something to represent, like the fleur-de-lis to represent France, right? That does not mean, however, that it counts as being iconographic, right? Like the fleur-de-lis doesn't mean France itself, right? And exact, right, means that for you as the reader, as the interpreter, you don't need someone else or something else, right, to be able to interpret it, right? Like if when you're reading like the title of this stream, you don't need other people to read it. So you get an exact, quote unquote, right? And true is, no picto, no proto, which means that it's not anything but language that is only there to convey ideas, right? Stuff like that. So, but grammatological, right, that signs build any morpheme, right? So, yeah.
In decades, people made progress in pictorials. Writing systems experts were defining writing. Theirs are the definitions I'd meet as I sat gangly legs folded awkwardly on my bag, tucked between quiet bookshelves, and later again in university, and later when reading up for animations I'm still attached to on this channel. Crucial to our story, their definitions drew a line, and Mexico's scripts fell on the other side. Their pictography, proto-writing, forerunners to more advanced writing systems. True writing is more phonetic and can fully represent language once the writer's gone.
So again, this is often like here, because it's specifically seen as a drawing, right? That's why I was saying, right, that because here you have a drawing that, that works like this, as opposed to an ideogram where, like, yes, this here, right, if you were to have this part, just the top part, and have this extended, you would have the word for thunderstorm, right? If you were to add the character for electricity, right, then you would have the word, instead of having the ren and the jin here, which means like person, and like this is usually, anyway. But the point being that like that's often how, again, it's often viewed that this quote unquote is not writing as such, but that's, again, that is a contention. That is not necessarily like the end all be all, right?
What is real writing? Well, not this. Or this. Eventually they'd concede, yeah, this, but only when it's being super logophonetic, not the iconographic stuff. As someone studied...
So again, if you were to show someone this image here, typically speaking, they would say that this is not writing, right? Well, maybe. Because one of the things is that they want it to fill a certain set of parameters, right, before they can say it's writing. But then the question remains, is it that you're not including, right? And this is what I think is the important question. Is it that you're not including this simply because, right, it has not been reduced to, like it hasn't been standardized, or because there aren't any other examples of this, right, that have already pre-existed, right? Because again, they would say that this one here would count, but only when it's being used logographically, not in a pictorial sense. So
Mesoamerican script slowly in digital ink and colored pencil, for years this left me torn between textbook definitions and my morning glyph practice. I was stuck in the feeling I'm trying to share when we stare together at this page. Maybe the highlighted bits are words, while all else is imagery, or something in between? Longing to square definitions of writing with the mere existence of Mexican manuscripts, that's when I encounter this.
Towards a complex theory of writing. Yes. Alonso Rodrigo Zamora Corona. Yeah, like again, this is it talking about okay, I thought he was talking about the forest in Chiapas. Because like this here, like this tree, like this thing with like it's speaking, right? Like that is something that like there's a part of Mexico City, there's like a metro station that's called this. I don't know why I can't think of it, but I know it's something, anyway, I don't remember.
Paper. It's what got me wanting to animate this in the first place. It in turn led me to this much longer guidebook, the source of most examples in this video. The article tells us we limited ourselves to deciphering narrow bottom-up units. But something big is happening on top of it all, like top-down. What we missed is that here are schemas, blueprints that we need to fill in and interpret. And here's kind of how. Time and again, two people sit facing each other on a mat. We interpret the schema as the action marry. We decipher the date and the names of the participants, bottom up. But there's more here. The mat, the throne, and the place name. So the lord and lady were married and rule a place named the town of Flints. The interwoven presence of these two levels, logographic data and schematic containers, at the discretion of the original scribe, tells us we're in the presence of writing and not solely continuous narrative art.
Right, so again, because they do depict, right, information, because, right, there is, from the very beginning, is establishing, right, a linguistic sense, right, a meaning that is being transmitted, to then say it is not writing would mean to say that it is just a drawing. But we know that that is not the case, right? We know that it, like, we have to look at things schematically as it exists in itself. So that's a very 10,000 mile away, in the air type of thing to say, but it's rather that we cannot use the way how things that we've used so far, right? Like, for example, we know, right, that in when it comes to using Hanzi, right, Chinese characters, you don't pronounce, like, if you know Chinese radicals, which is what they're called, right, these individual parts, you know that when you look at a Chinese word, right, like in Mandarin, right, like I, which means love, right, you don't pronounce every aspect of it, right? Instead it's made its own content, right? But that is, again, because people know that there are radicals, right, in it that tell you how it's supposed to be pronounced, right? Or, pardon me, not how it's supposed to be pronounced, the meaning behind it, right? Like, this is why, like, some people say that simplified Chinese characters took the love or the heart out of the word love, because if you look at it, in simplified Chinese characters, the word I does not have the Chinese radical that means heart, which is xin, right? So some people would say, oh, you literally took the heart out of love, right? But that's only if we view it in that particular way, right? So,
am I the only one at this point whose mind drifts to adventure games, like filling in sentence blueprints with words, puns, and puzzles? It feels familiar. Interpretation here doesn't mean it's up to you, anything goes. How do we know? Prove it. Prove your reading with exact pictorial and alphabetic parallels. 2 more named people sit in marriage, so 6 Death married 2 Flower. Then the link to this place name means she's from Chiyoyu. This text also records that event, but in the alphabet. 6 Death Rain Sun married 2 Flower Jewel Quetzal.
Yeah, so FLFNF, so here you see, like, after la colonización, right, after the Spanish had, began to colonize, right, then they would often use the Latin script or some form of modified Latin script to then write their demotic way of representing the language, right?
Came from Chiyoju. It's the same sentence, side by side, in 2 scripts. In short, readings are rooted in indigenous usage, colonial texts and living voices, and books must be both deciphered and interpreted in order to be properly read. Such a perspective shift demands a new definition, so gather your old ones, cross out proto versus true, bring back the people. Writing is simply markings which represent language. Now, I don't know if I endorse this. I just can't get it out of my head. Some detractors who know Central Mexico's scripts quite well don't think we need to call pictorials writing to say why they matter. They could actually represent an advancement over phonetic scripts, not a step backwards. Advancement? Yes, partly because Mixtec manuscripts do something multilingually clever we'll meet soon, and partly because of what we learn from the errors that these contain. Anomalies provide evidence of how the writing to interpretation cycle worked, and who played what roles at each stage. Some mistakes are just typos. This painter missed a disc, writing 12 serpent when it's 13. Okay. Or this yuk starts up top with Lady 6 Flower, however her calendar name is really 6 Reed, as in this codex, not 6 Flower. Other mistakes...
So, yeah, that's another... There are rules how to read it. It isn't just a picture showing the event. Right, exactly. And that's the reason why, like, we have to understand it in its own context, right? Like, one of the things that, like, everything from archaeologists to historians to linguists, like, the context is by far the most important thing. So if people can derive meaning from this, right, but they understand the scheme of how to read it, just because we as individuals might not know how to read it, right? That's like saying that, like, manga, right, isn't a book, right? Like it isn't a book because it doesn't fit the scheme of the way how books are typically in the West, right? Are from left to right, right? And blah blah blah, right? Like, you can add in all these other things, right? Like, as soon as you begin to put all of these, like, defining features on everything and say that it has to be within these categories, then that's where you start to have, right, these challenges coming from, particularly, right, the ability to demonstrate, right, the scheme or the schemata, right, that might exist for this, right, and what is being said, right? Because once you do have the alphabet, right, being used, the Latin alphabet being used, that is only trying to convey the sound, right? It's no longer trying to convey as such the meaning, right? Like, it's no longer 13 read, right? Now it's no, you know what I mean? Like, it's no longer 13 serpent and 10 or 2, 4, 6 read, right? Like, and now it's changed because now you're just saying, right, the sounds that would mean 6 read, right? So
are more than an oops. This manuscript has 2 sides. The guidebook I've been using notes the front is polished and flawless, but the back is sloppy, full of the kinds of mistakes a painter would make who knew neither the local history nor the local style, but copied another manuscript. Alongside evidence of copying, pictorials depict singing and orchestras playing.
When you see what you are reading, you don't have to read it. Has there been a modern debate about using our other alphabets than Latin? Yes, and you want to know what's interesting in terms of, like, which is the script that they have that is actually being used instead of Latin. It's actually the Korean alphabet, there are lots of indigenous languages around the world that essentially the government of the Republic of Korea, or otherwise known as South Korea, has been using its script, Hangul, right, to be able to preserve it, particularly if it didn't already have, particularly if it's hitherto, right, only orally transmitted, right, out of a desire to preserve, right, the language. So yes, there is a debate, because usually what people have wanted to do is to either, like, I mean just think about Turkey, right, under Ataturk, right? He Romanized, so to speak, right, the Turkish language. Now, I've heard of people arguing to do the same thing with Persian, right, Farsi. But there's also the fact that you can write Kurdi, right, also in a modified Latin script, and also in Tajikistan, right, they write Tajiki, which is essentially a related language, right, that's very close in terms of pronunciation. That's essentially, some people see them as like essentially three different dialects, but they're not mutually intelligible enough for them to be considered the same language. In Tajikistan, right, when they speak Tajik, right, they use the Cyrillic alphabet. So you have to know, if you want to understand people that speak Kurdish, which is related to Farsi, right, you have to know the Roman alphabet. If you want to know Farsi itself, you have to know the abjad that, it has been modified to accommodate for the sounds that Farsi has, right? Like for example, P, right? Like in Arabic, there is no P. There was a phonetic shift in Arabic where all of the P's became F's. And the same thing happened, but interestingly enough, in the opposite direction for English, where all of the German F's became English P's. So Pfeffer became pepper, Feni became penny, blah, 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 right? But in Arabic, it was the exact opposite. Sharif became Sharif, etc., etc. So, and this is common. Like, this is not something like, so just with one Sprachbund, right, just with one linguistic area, right, that speak, very very similar languages, right, that can be, for the most part, understood, right, to some extent, right. They, like, even if we just focused on Farsi and on Tajiki, right, they use two different scripts, right, one of them being the abjad for Farsi, right, based off Arabic, and then the Cyrillic script, right, because of the fact that Tajikistan was part of the Soviet Union. And it's interesting too, because they first Romanized and then Cyrillicized. So I've always found that quite fascinating. Well, so why specifically Korean? Because the way in which you construct sounds, right, it's like a very set, like you start top left, right, and then you go right, and then you do down, right? So it's a very specific way of constructing words. So it lends itself, right, to recording things phonetically, right? Whereas with Chinese, right, or particularly, like, let's say Mandarin, right, you would have to deal with the fact that it is a logographic language, right? So, like, then you would have the word for, then you would have, like, the character for, like, let's say, like bus, right? Like in Mandarin, you usually can call a bus gong gong. That means like a public bus, right? But it literally means public. That's literally what gong means, public. So if you were to have this word represent public in another language, right? There isn't that necessary, like, because it's ideographic, it does have a connection between the character, right, and the word itself. Whereas with Korean, because it's an alphabet, right? And even then, like, there is a question about this, right? When Hangul actually became, like, was synthesized as a language, you essentially have it where it now doesn't really fit, right, Korean as it is now spoken, right? Because now there are things that people have to say in Korean where it doesn't quite match what it was initially used for. But again, one of the main things that why they prefer to use Hangul instead of like something more ideographic is specifically because it's only there to use it to preserve the phonetic context, right? So I mean, less work for the brain. Yeah, it is very different. Like, again, like, this is the reason why, like, it has often been said that because Romanized languages, right, don't have any connection to, like, for us, the letters in and of themselves don't have any meaning, right? Like the word C, pardon me, the letter C, the letter A, and the letter R, so a car, right? Just seeing it doesn't convey any meaning as such, right? Like the three letters together, like it could mean anything, right? We know that it means car because that the sounds that it makes, right? But like it doesn't tell us anything about the car, right? It doesn't tell us what a car is, what it's connected to, and this is why when it comes to, I believe it's Alzheimer's, but I could be wrong, and so if people do happen to know which I think it's also dementia, but again, I could be wrong about precisely is that people that speak languages that again are more distance from the meaning from the word itself, right? From the signifier and the signified, right? In this case, CAR, right? Meaning, a Chevy Bronco, right? Doesn't necessarily means that when people get older, they get dementia, Alzheimer's, they are more likely to forget languages that are alphabet based, right? Because there's no, and it's less the case for people where it's ideogrammically, presented. So, yeah.
And alphabetics record terms for lineage songs. It sets the stage for a whole interpretive cycle that blurs distinctions between written and oral societies. Instead of my writing being...
Like, for example, like in Mandarin, and I'm just using Mandarin because that's the only dialect of the languages of China that I've the languages of China that I've actually like spent time studying and can speak, is that, although, anyway, it doesn't really matter. But the point being that, like the word for good, right? Hao, right? As in ni hao, right? It literally has the character for woman and man next to one another, right? So like what constitutes the good, quote unquote, just looking at the character is a couple, right? It's like, it seems a little, whatever, but there is the fact that it does, that is what it shows, right? And when you want to see harmony, right, you put in it another part, and then that means an, right? Like Shi an, Western harmony, like the capital, the ancient capital, which was then called Chang'an, but
where writers write marks read by readers, here's a new sabi model. Wordsmiths or singers use flowery speech that's painted in a pictorial source. Scribes copy that source without necessarily knowing the story or the lyrics. trained interpreters perform as bards, reading or singing the words aloud amidst an audience. And why does it matter that people were reading and writing history this way? Well, consider an intriguing advantage of their script. Writing definers routinely highlight pictography's disadvantages. That's how I first heard about it, all its problems. Yet in one respect...
Let me see here. I mean, if I wonder if the more musical a language, the better for remembering. Well, like another thing too is that when it comes to the idea of the signifier and the signified, right? And again, I don't want to get too much into Saussure because that's a whole thing, right? But it's like in Mandarin you have like lin, which means tree, right? And then you have 3 trees, that means a forest, right? And if you have a tree in a box, that means a problem, right? Like, but also in languages that are based in, that are more based in them being, what are they called? Syllabaries, right? Like Sanskrit, stuff like that, where again, everything is about representing like specific sounds, so you know that it's always going to be like pa ta, right, or ta tha na ta tha na ta, right, or whatever it might be, right? Then you're able to remember it more because you recognize it as being tied to that sound. Whereas with like English, for example, there is nothing to say that the word car, right, is to be pronounced car, right? Because I look at the surname and it's spelt with the word feather, stone, and then Haugh. How do you pronounce that name? It's one word. It's pronounced Fanshawe. But there's a lot of extra letters for that to be just Fanshawe, right? And then we also have the thing where we agglutinate, right, a lot of things into the English language, so that we have things that are like river, 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 right, because it's from different regional, and so that's another thing, right? Like there isn't just a word for river, so to speak, right? Yeah. So that also means that, again, the way how people relate to the language is very different. Like when the Greeks took the Phoenician alphabet, or abjad technically, and then just repurposed it for themselves because it was easier, right, than what they used before. Essentially what they did was to divorce whatever connection the Greek language had up until that point, Koine Greek, and instead now using letters that are only there because of the fact that they are like it's the reason why the alphabet is in the order it is, right? Like, why is it A, B, C, D, right? There's no reason why it should be that way. Oh, it's because in Phoenician, same like in Hebrew, it's Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, right? So because of that, but those words, those letters represent words too. Aleph meaning ox. Now that's back in the day. Now it's the word, like the word for what it would have meant, or what it means now is actually shor, but that's neither here nor there. Then you have bet, which means house, right? Gimel, which means camel, right? So that's why, like in Greek, you have alpha, beta, gamma, delta, right? So when someone, like, once I really thought about it and it made me laugh, because I was watching this show and they were talking about gamma rays, right? And I thought, technically speaking, they're saying that they have a camel ray, because gamma comes from gamel, which means camel. So I'm thinking, oh, they have a camel ray, literally like some like video game where you just like shoot out like, radioactive camel stuff, right? Radioactive camels, right? And so like that's the weapon that you have, right? Same thing with like delta, right? it's interesting because delta in mathematics, right, and particularly in chemistry, it's usually used to mean change. But in the original Phoenician, and as it exists also in the other Semitic languages, dalet or daled means door, right? So delta means change, or can mean change. But now we have delta also now meaning the shape of, the sort of fanning out of a river, right, into the sort of estuaries that, with the Nile, delta being, the sort of prime example of that, right, being shaped like a triangle, like a delta. But in the Phoenician, when the Greeks took that from the Phoenician, it didn't mean door to them, right? So, yeah.
This script shines. At the outset, I animated a page unfurling and trusted we shared a gut instinct. This doesn't look like writing.
Like down here, right, which I believe is this is Sanskrit right here. Sanskrit is an Indo-European language of the Indo-Aryan sublanguage group, which again, Indo-Aryan, that refers to only languages. Same thing with the word Aryan; it only refers to languages, nothing else. Is that it's a syllabary, right? So these things here represent sounds, and these little things you see attached to them or added to, right, are supposed to represent when the sound is either met with a final, right, or with something that cuts the sound off, like so sat, for example, or tha, right? So tha, nat, right? Stuff like that. So, stuff like that.
Over there, walls of text, sure, can't tell what's going on unless...
And then cuneiform, too, is that, depending on who is using it, right? There were Jewish people, or people who would now consider to be part of the Jewish people. Again, this was a long time ago, right? They created their own cuneiform script, because cuneiform isn't a language. Cuneiform literally means reed shaped, right? Because that's what they use to that's what it's referring to, right? So you can have meaning in these things here, right? Because they would use the edge of a reed to make these, but they could be used for languages that weren't Babylonian, right? Yeah, maha, yeah. And then here with Chinese, like this character here is sh, which means to be, or is, right? But just looking at it, there's nothing to the outside world, right, so to speak, right? You looking from the outside that tells you anything about this, that it would mean that, right? Same thing like this. This is nu, which means woman, right? Whereas this one, if you were to cut this in half, right, you would have this, which if it were on its own would be ba. If you were to have it with... Anyway, I don't want to get too... Actually, I'm getting to
the scripts. Meanwhile, here, you had a shot at guessing it's about two people, maybe even two people getting married, even before watching. Incidentally, those walls of text also about marriages. Well, how to leverage this legibility at a glance in a setting as multilingual as Oaxaca? Scribes figured out how to write multilingual texts, readable in more than one language at once. Take the rain god glyph. It could unify the wide variety of local words that the alphabet splits into different-looking spellings.
So again, this adds to, was that row? Yeah. Korean actually started with Chinese script before Hangul. Yes, that's true. That is true. It used it, but then it found it too cumbersome to continue use. I mean, sort of like Japan, right? Like Japan has kanji, right? But over time, it's added on, right? Harigana, katakana, right? While still using, the kanji, or the kanji, right, to represent, specific concepts, right? If I remember correctly, it was to try to increase literacy because the symbols make up Hangul. Being so literal in what they make, yeah, like if the one that's like a circle, right, that kind of looks like an O, is at the end, it must end in the sound, the ng sound, right? It must end in that way. But then there are other parts too where it's like, well, in Korean, right, when it comes to certain sounds, they can be like, for example, like the city of Busan, right? It's a plosive, right? But it could be it can be pronounced, depending on who's hearing it, as a B or a P, right? But if you were to write that out, right, using the English alphabet, usually it's written Busan, right? But if you heard someone say it, you could think it was spelt with the P, right? Spanish is the same way, right? Like B's and V's and all of these different things can be interchangeable, right? Same thing with, again, like that's why there is this like changing the language so then that way it's written as it's pronounced. Then we have to question whose pronunciation is the one that's being, the one that's being centered here, right? Because like even if we all learned IPA, right? All we would know is that this would be pronounced Davi, right? Instead of Jawi and Javui, Dao and Savi. Like we wouldn't get any more information than that. We would just know how to pronounce it, right? Because it's the International Phonetic Alphabet. So, yes, Japan, Korea, and other places first began by using the Chinese characters, right, to represent, right, the concepts in their own language. So they would have like how, right, the character that's woman and man next to one another, but they wouldn't be pronounced how, right? So Farsi and well, Farsi is the way how it's pronounced. Persian is the way how the Greeks pronounced it, because the area that they first encountered, back in the day, was the area known as Fars, right? But things changing over time. Like same thing if you go to like in Indo-European languages in particular, that I can speak to, is like if you go north of the Alps, right, you say fishes, right? Fish. But if you go down on the other side of the Alps, right, in the Romance languages, right, you have pesce, right? Fish, fische, pesce. You see how that's a subtle difference? But it's just because on one part of the, like, there has just been a break over the pronunciation over time. But that's the reason why, like, Pisces or Pisces, right, is just fish. It's literally just fish, right? Same thing with like cannabis and hemp, right? In Germanic languages, it's Hanap or Hanapa, right? Depending what time period we're talking about. But in Latin and in Romance languages, it's Kanap, Kanaba, right? And so it's just a difference of the K sound and the H sound, which is very typical for Indo-European languages, actually. Like, that's the reason why house and, well, not even house, but like another example would probably be like, well, and you even see this in like, even if we were to look at the Slavic languages, which are also Indo-European, right? When they say water, they say, like Russian in particular, they say voda, right? Voda. And obviously, if you add a K into anything in Russian, that makes it a diminutive. Hence why vodka means little water, right? Because like someone's nickname Petrushka means little Peter, right? Anyway. So you have voda, right? And then you have vater and water in English, right? But that's also that's also based off the fact that the word in Proto-Indo-European for water is kwach, right? And so therefore you have one part of the Indo-European languages focusing on the first part of that phoneme and saying aqua, right? Water, agua, right? And then you have the Germanic languages focusing on the wa and transforming the H at the end, the emphasized H, to an S sound in German, right? To Wasser, and then Vater, and then water. And then you have that becoming a W in English, but then in Russian in particular, right, you have it primarily becoming vo instead of va, right? It extends the vowel, right? So it shifts over time, right? I think Vietnamese also started the same way. Yeah, like pescatarian, pescatarian, fishitarian, like it's still there. Yeah, Vietnamese started the same way. And it really is because of the French colonization and because there were so many efforts to like convert and everything in French Indochina, as it was called then, right? That, you do still have, you do have a very modified tonal language with a very modified Latinate script. Yeah, Wasser. Yeah. It's the same thing with bread, right? It's like pan. Anyway, I don't want to keep going. Yeah, but like pescateria, pescatariano, right? But otherwise you're a fishitarian, right? Anyway.
But there's more to it. A familiar glyph adorns an old page. The AO.
Like another thing too is, again, this is sort of the way how Chinese characters work as well, where if you use the word, right, well, 爱你, right, I to say I love you, right, even if you don't speak Mandarin, if you say it if you see that sentence, right, 我爱你, right, if you had it, someone who speaks Cantonese, right, they will understand it in their own way how they pronounce it. Someone who had Korea and Japan continue to use the Chinese characters to the extent that they did at one point, they would understand it, right? I mean, they definitely will understand the love part, right? And same thing in other languages that aren't necessarily related to that aren't mutually intelligible with Mandarin or Cantonese, etc. So
You've come to know and love for Kuya, the year. But a leaf grows out of it, suggesting Shiwit, year in Nahuatl. Then the date can be read in both languages. Let's take a moment to appreciate the two strategies going on here. One glyph per reading versus many readings per glyph. They diverge on their words for year and converge on the date. The alphabetic text confirms it's bilingually Aztec and Mixtec. This unique manuscript is a book of accounts of one Ñu, one town in the decades after the Spanish conquest of La Mixteca, meaning there's a missed opportunity here. Add Enye to the AO glyph, and it could have been trilingual. More seriously, though.
Oh my gosh, no, that's too much. No, but yeah, because then you would have A, O, and then the Enya being it being literally the word año, meaning year. But yeah, like year was always again, like plants. Like there are so many places that are named like like Mazatlan, right? If anything is Tlan, it usually means the place of, right? Mazatlan, it's like the land of the wild deer, right? Mazatlan, right? Tenochtitlan, right? Blah 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 blah, right? There's all these.
It records the start of a change in the meaning of pictography to the Ñu. Ñu means people, community, town, city-state, or better, village-state. The pictorials we've met so far tell of how Ñu rise amidst a crisis at the close of the Classic period in a misty foundation honored via the sacred bundle. Throughout the post-classic, Mu form elaborate ties through relationships and conflict.
Oh, hey, look, we got David Graeber mentioned. Nice.
Rather than control land and resources, though, the mat, the throne, rulers, cultivate ties and reach out for items needed to maintain those ties. Power over feathers, not over feed. How does one keep such ties for so long? Document them in pictorial books, periodically publicly perform.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting too because the Rus, right? That Rusland is named after, or that Russia is named after, are actually people from central Sweden. You know, because they were the people known as Rus. And oftentimes people will get confused between Ruthenians and the Rus, but you know, especially like when it comes to more modern naming, but it's a different. Oh, hello, Arun. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Everyone on Twitter, please make sure to follow Arun. He is one of the good friends of the show and is a complete, you know, font of knowledge and everything. Nice. This one thing I also want to add too is like this also shows why, right? That the people that want to say that like capitalism, you know, I know but it's interesting because this shows you that their relationship to creating these ties wasn't in the same way, right, that they existed in Europe, right? So it offers an other model or something that we can look at, right, when trying to think of the idea of the village state, right? Like, how do we decentralize things to the point where, for example, right, it's not about like something commodified like land or whatever. Instead, it's upholding these ties that we have. Those Viking boots. Okay, so you know what's funny is that the word for boots in Farsi is literally Putin, like the president of Russia, literally Putin. So, I've always found that kind of funny myself.
On pictorial books. The new now subjugated, its nature shifts. A new ruler, a new religion. Scribes adapt their multilingual and multi-style texts, pulling signs and styles apart to encode indigenous messages Europeanly and colonizer messages natively. Nobles...
Yeah, like, oh gosh, colonization just changes so much. Like... And the fact that they destroyed so many of the manuscripts too of what existed prior is just so sad to me. Like the story, and again, as far as we can discern, right, from the story of when the Spanish finally took Tenochtitlan, that there was one of the main lieutenants, I guess, of Hernan Cortés, that he saw like one of these huge libraries that the Mexica had, and that it was essentially like a place of learning that anybody could go to. And but his problem was not so much with that, although maybe there was some, but it was the fact that they had, and this is part of what that story says, is that there shouldn't be a record of any knowledge that exists without the knowledge of Christ. So they destroyed it all. Didn't Caligula mean little boots? I don't know. I know fistula means little pipe.
Navigate power by pictorializing their new colonial relationship, like this book of accounts. There's money owed. Your people can't mine silver? Well, then they must produce silk, and pay for the books and paper they write on. Parallel pictorial alphabetic dates pass. A silkworm snacked mulberry leaf grows. Expensive.
So the reason why they said is because, again, it was profane knowledge, right? That like that was their whole thing, right? That like, oh, well, the indigenous people have all this knowledge, but it was done without the knowledge of, of us, essentially, right? Of the Europeans, right? When I say us, I'm not including myself in that us, by the way. Definitely not. But still, point being that that is what the story is about, is that the idea that there could be and I mean, this is like same thing with like the ancient alien stuff, right? It's like, oh, right, it's like the Egyptians and Mexicans, right, are always the subject of a lot of the conspiracy theories, saying that anybody but the people there built them, right? Like, it can't be that, oh, we both knew how to make pyramids. It's that, oh no, it had to be aliens. There's no way they could have done it on their own, right? So that's so petty. I know, and there's just so much stuff. Like, I honestly, like, there are some things that are just like, when we hear the description of it, it bothers me so much, because it's stuff like, oh, astronomical stuff, right? But because it wasn't, in fact, some of that astronomical stuff, as far as I know, again, I read this article like 10 years ago, so I don't know if it's accurate now, but it was essentially saying that they already had a heliocentric, more or less, understanding of the entire solar system, right? Like of the of our galaxy and everything. And it's like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, they already had it all worked out, but we still had to, how did he know? Absolute certainly none of the books talked about Christ. I mean, trade winds. I mean, that could have happened, but their whole point was like, they had seen none, right? Like, and the church actually said that the reason why the indigenous people could not be tried by the Inquisition, right, was because, well, I mean, again, this is we have a parting of the water, so to speak. The reason why indigenous people could not be held, via the Inquisition, and were given limpieza de sangre, or purity of blood, is because they had no way of knowing of Jesus Christ, right? No way of knowing about Christianity, and also no way of knowing about Judaism, right? So they couldn't possibly be Jewish, right? Because that's the point, right? That's what purity of blood back in the day, when these, in Iberia, when they invented the concept of limpieza de sangre, right? And then expanded the racial caste system in Latin America. So they were exempt from the Inquisition. Now, however, when they began to import African slaves, right? And remember, Mexico and Peru received more slaves, more African slaves during the slave trade than the United States ever did. But it's like on magnitudes. But the difference, of course, being that in the Catholic space, intermarriage was not seen as a negative, like a total negative, right? In the way how it was in the Anglo sphere and the Anglo colonies. Now, they said, however, because Africa was part of the quote-unquote like old world, and they could have maybe learned about Jesus, right? Because like you have like the Ethiopian church, right? That's sub-Saharan Africa, etc., right? Essentially, for them, they said, well, the indigenous people of the Americas, they are given purity of blood because there's no way they could have known about Jesus and blah blah blah. However, Africans don't get the same thing, even though like the idea of them being like not knowing was, I mean, basing it off of the idea of not knowing, could very well have been the case in the case of most people from Africa. But again, it was just an ad hoc justification for why one people could be oppressed as opposed to another, right? And it didn't mean that the oppression went down for the indigenous people. It just meant that one institution right, in the initial stages of colonization, didn't spend its time going after indigenous people, right? But again, that's a whole different thing. I wish the Spanish gave the Mexican libraries. Well, again, they're like, I'm so glad we have these, and that people were finally able to show that you have multiple languages being depicted here. And we no longer have to see things as a, oh, well, this is language, but this isn't. This is just art, right? Like, no. This is not just language, right? This is not just writing, but it's a way to speak about it in so that people from, again, parts of the I had a map of this somewhere. Like even things that are of different language families, right? That are only slightly related to one another, right? Would be able to read it, right? They wouldn't pronounce things the same, but they could read it. And we know this because they wrote the stuff in using the Latin script, right? So
This amount, 60% to the church, and this item stands out. The yearly cost of feeding the Spanish vicar is twice as much as the entire local nobility's food.
wow, wait. So the priest has to get twice as much food as the local nobility. And I'm wondering if that also means, because one thing that the Spanish did do for some, especially in New Spain, but they did do this in other parts as well, was incorporate the indigenous nobility, right? So that actually, like, now I'm like, so if it's the indigenous nobility that they, privileged and used to, in their colonial administration, then it's even, oh gosh, that's even more.
They manage, complain, endure 2 outbreaks. By 1564, a large leaf curls ornately. A long silkworm wraps around Cuya, but the economic demands increase yet again. There are no more dates. Pictography. What once stood for ties and distribution could now enforce the terms of an uneven pact between indigenous commoners and European.
Whoa. Okay, I gotta say, this looks like a meme, right? Like, this is like that was one thick vicar. I mean, look at this dude. Like, damn, no wonder he needed, the 2 meals. Oh, thank you so much, Swamp Goth, but damn. The thick Vic. But no, like, it's interesting though. Like, this looks like a meme. It looks like a perfect meme format. Because you even have, like, the people here wearing, like, their traditional clothing, and then this guy over here, like, writing my treatise on the foundations of the... Right? He's, like, 5 times bigger than everybody else. It's, But anyway, yes, like, there's a novel that talks about this, but it's something true, that, like, the reason why, when people go through the Spanish carceral, like during the conquest, you'll see a lot of people being charged with the crime of sodomy. Now, people now also have a particular view of what they think that crime is, right? It did not mean exactly what it is now understood to mean, even in the laws that existed, in the 50s and beforehand. But for the Spanish, they literally counted just about anything. There was a difference between the way how the Spaniards, right, how they represented their own masculinity. That was particularly vis-a-vis their beards, right? Like, if you have a thick, vigorous beard, that is a sign of your masculinity, right? The indigenous men, however, as far as we can say that they were cis men, right, because we don't know, instead would, many of the peoples that they would encounter instead derive their status, right, from having very long hair. So wherever there was a conflict like that, don't stop growing like the Emperor of Dune. Oh my gosh. Right. Do you know of the history? His expression is so curmudgeonly. Do you know that? Yes, it's tonsure. It's essentially supposed to be So you know how like the Bible talks about, well, I'm not gonna be like, oh, do you know where in the Bible it says, when it talks about, you shall not shave the corners of your head and stuff like that. So one of the things is that it was supposed to be a haircut that right, that one was distinguishable, right, but that also represented humility, right? So one of the things was you wouldn't get rid of any, the hair on the side here, but you could, like, sometimes they would even shave it just underneath, right? Because like for the Jewish people, like if I were to, like if I were still Hasidic, right, or whatever, like a Hasidic man, right, for example, they can't shave anything below this little bone right here that's right by your ear. Everything down from that can't be shaven, right? That counts as part of your face. Everything above, depending on which sect you're from, right, you can either have it as a forelock, right, where it's curled. Sometimes some people have it straightened, some sects have it curled, right? But you see them interpreting, right, that, and then using haircuts that were used by other peoples, like the Greeks. That was also supposed to be a way to, again, represent humility and stuff like that, right? And to also represent sort of like it's kind of interesting because part of it was also that when it came to tonsure, right, is that you needed to change the state of your being, right? So you had to have this haircut because it made you unlike other people, right? Like that was the point, right? And that's what they wanted, right? To have their distinctness of the people that and so that's the reason why you do see it in that way. But yes, it developed particularly in the Greek, and then later on, and because monasticism in Christianity began in Egypt. Like if you read the Desert Fathers, they're all in Egypt. So a lot of this is Greek speakers, right? So this would have been, again, under Hellenistic rule of and Roman rule of Egypt, but particularly Egypt was known to be Greek speaking, and so a lot of it came from stuff that people would do, again, that were like Greek traditions, and would do that. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Let's see here. Who could we? Okay. Yeah, I guess they were cooking the hairline for Jesus. Yeah. Again, it's this idea that you have to be, to show piety. Like, think of how, like, kind of like a yarmulke, right? It's also supposed to be like a way to, right, to recognize, the fact that there's something above you, blah, 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 right? Stuff like that, right? So a lot of it has the similar, origins to that. Wait. Okay. Okay, let's go to... Okay. Okay, everyone. Everyone could please get in the machine in Twitch. thank you so very much for joining me for this stream. I really appreciated all of you who were here, both when I was speaking with Talworks and also when I finally got to the video of what I wanted to talk about, which was pictorial language. Yes, thank you all for being here. Truly, you being here is what makes the stream. So we're gonna raid Echoplex Media right now, and make sure to tell Echoplex Media hello. And yeah, I will see you all very, very soon.